to be unlocking the key to the Minilab Arturia Lab Mark II and Mark III. Yo, I have been trying to figure this out for so long, and it is just awesome that we have finally, a rock is back. Finally, we have figured out the Arturia Minilab and using it with Reason 12, Reason, whatever version that you have. We have unlocked the key to using it, and we're going to get into it today, right now. So first and foremost, man, you're going to need this app. Okay, this app right here is called, let me just get to it so you can see it. This app right here is called the MIDI Control Center. Okay, I'm going to be putting a link so that you can download it, so that you can actually have it. It's called the MIDI Control Center. Okay, and that is from Arturia. You have to get it from Arturia's website. Totally free to download, you know, just to get that. But you do have to have this software. Once you have this software, download it. Okay, I'm gonna tell you the steps. Okay, the steps are very important. The steps are very specific. Okay, are you ready? Here we go. Here's your steps. Don't have anything plugged into your computer that runs MIDI. No MIDI, no other MIDI controllers. Don't even have the actual MIDI controller, the Minilab, plugged in. Don't have anything plugged in, okay? Run your installation, right? Once everything is completely installed, run the application. When you're in the application, it's gonna just open up like this, but without your keyboard. Then plug in your keyboard and see what it says. It might have you do a firmware installation. It might have you do a firmware installation. If that is the case, then run the firmware installation. Now, mind you, depending on which keyboard you actually have, you might run into an issue. You might run into an issue where it just will not install into the keyboard and onto your computer. So what you need to do is just try it, see if it goes through. If it doesn't go through, restart your computer, okay? Unplug, you know, keep it plugged in, restart your computer, restart the app. It should work. That's what I had to do in order to get the program to actually speak to the keyboard speak to the program. And when I restarted the computer, the firmware actually updated. Okay, so that is a major key to actually being able to use this software. Okay, so you need the MIDI Control Center. I'm going to send you the link so that you can download it yourself. Okay, the MIDI Control Center. It will be no, I want to get you the actual link so that way you know for sure this is the one that you need to actually get. Okay, so this is going to be the link. I'm going to put it into live stream notes, and then that way you'll have that. All right, so that is there. And I also just put the link to the actual website because that is an executable, you know, link. I don't want you to freak out when you see it. Okay, so you got to download it, right? Got to download it. You got it installed. You got the firmware updated. You got your keyboard hooked up. Everything is working. When you go to click something on here, it actually adjusts and changes inside the app, because that's something that you want to actually see, that when you press on your keyboard, it changes things there too. Okay, you want that to be seen when you go to run your keyboard. You want it to actually be working. Okay, once everything is working, this is where the fun begins. Okay, this is where the fun begins now that you got everything working, because in order for you to actually use the keyboard with Reason, like you could use the keyboard regular with Reason, and some of the knobs work regular as well, but some things are off. Some things don't work how they should when you're using it inside of Reason. Like, for example, you might think, hey, when I go to press these pads, they should just automatically work with Kong or Redrum, or even just as a keyboard, right? It should just work automatically, but they don't always work like that. So you need this program so that you can actually do some customizing and actually get things exactly how you want. Now that we're speaking about it, I do have to share that I didn't figure this out on my own. I actually figured this out from Legacy Studio. This is a video from 4 years ago. from 4 years ago. This guy, Legacy Studio, did a video about this exact same thing, this Arturia setup. I'm going to put the link for that so that you can watch his video as well, because he breaks it down so well and really just hooked it up, you know, just hooked it up for me so that way I could understand it. And I just wanted to do a live stream and use my Arturia, because for a long time I didn't even bother using it really unless I was traveling, and I used it as my travel MIDI controller. But now I can have it hooked up right here next to me. I can have it, you know, with the lights and everything, just like how I like it, and I can use my MIDI keyboard. I love it. I love it. So that is the video that I got the information from. Now let's actually get into setting this guy up. All right. So when you're in this application, starting from the top, you have your device. It will show you what's connected and what's disconnected. Here are all of the different, you know, things that you can get connected to this app, and, you know, things that you can customize in this app. You want to make sure yours is connected and you're ready to go. Next thing down is device memory. Let's actually switch over so you can see. Okay, thank you. Let's actually switch over so you can see the device menu a little bit better. Here's device memories, analog lab. This is your first memory. That is read only. You don't want to affect anything there. The rest of these memories can be changed and they can be adjusted so that you can use them however you want. In local templates, this is where you can actually use different templates that you save, and then you can store them to a memory on your Minilab. So I'm going to show you this in action right now. So I have to actually switch over so I can show you so you can see the MIDI keyboard. Okay, here we go. Let me got it set up where you guys can see. Okay, so here is my MIDI keyboard. Right now, if I hold Shift, it will let me access the different banks inside of the Arturia Minilab. So Shift and pressing the first pad, that's just number 1. Shift and pressing 2 will move it to memory 2. So that would be this one right here. Shift and pressing 3 will move it to memory 3. So memory 3 for me is not active. Only memory 2 and memory 1. Memory 1 is the default. Memory 2 is something that I have set up. You can even tell differently because it has a different color. And also keeping these notes lit up like this is something that you can only do inside of the control center. And I prefer it like this. I prefer to just see it lit up, and then when I go to press it, it turns white. Also, you can press pad, and now you have access to other pads that are associated, because this is technically 16 pads, but you have 1 through 8 is cyan and 9 through 16 is purple. And that just lets me know, what am I working in? Am I working in 1 through 8, or am I working in 9 through 16? But now I wanted to show you how you can actually switch the memory. So I'm gonna show you right now. So I showed you already before that when we were in 2, it's cyan, and 3, it's all red. We're gonna send a setting to memory 3. So this is how you send the setting to memory 3. I'm gonna zoom in real quick. You go to whatever template down here you want to send to the memory, click on it, and then you need to click also on the memory that you want it to be stored to, and then you press this button, store to. Okay, it's gonna do this data transfer thing, and now I'll switch back over, and when I switch back over, come on, Chris. Now, when I switch back over, you'll see in my memory 2, I have the cyan set up. And in my memory 3, I also have the cyan set up with the cyan and purple right now. So that's been stored to my memory 2 and also to my memory 3. But I think that's boring to just have the same memory set up, right? That don't really make sense to have the same exact memory set up. So instead, what we're going to do is switch back to memory 1, and we'll go back into the Arturia lab. And we will do some customizing, and then we'll save a template, and then we'll store that one instead to memory 3. And then after that, we'll have some fun inside of Reason, right? So what Studio Legacy did, or Legacy Studio, I'm not sure which one it is, but what he did was he actually created some templates for you that you could install into this MIDI control center. To do that, you need to go to File, Import, and then find you know, when you go to his video, you can download his templates, or you can download my templates. Maybe I'll put a template up, and you just need to find the templates, and then it will find the templates there, and then you can install the templates, right? So I have memory 2 installed. Let's do memory 3. I'll hit open. Now we have memory 3 there. I'm going to go ahead and set that to memory 3. So I'm going to hit store to memory 3. Now it has been stored to memory 3. When I switch over and I go to my comment section here, when I switch over and I go to memory 2, I can see something. Go to 3, I can see something different. So now I have purple and yellow there, and that has different settings. We can jump into the actual program so we can see what those settings are for. So right now we are set to memory 3, our memory 3 template, and we can see what these things are set up for. So here you have right here down at the bottom, it says color is purple, pad 9 is yellow, and the note has been set to C1, right? We can click this and we can see all of the different keynotes that it can be set to for the keynote, right? Or you can change it to keyboard, but your channel needs to be set to 1. So that's another thing that is a problem. It needs to be set to 1. Here's another thing that's a problem. When I'm working inside of Reason, if I wanted to use this as a transport, for example, a lot of times when you press one of the notes down, it won't save, it won't toggle the record. So you press the button to record, and then instead of it recording, it just kind of flashes the record. We don't want that. We want, when we press it down, to actually record it. So we need to either set that to toggle, so that way when we press it, now it's been toggled and it stays that way, instead of it being a quick change, right? So most of them are already set to gate, and that's perfectly fine. And I think actually I want to set this up for my toggle. And what I want to do is I want to change it to something else. So I want to change it to a different mode. So for example, we have an MMC. I'm not sure what that is. MIDI note. I don't want it to be MIDI note because I want to use this function for my transport. Let's change it to switched control. So we're on channel 1. And we have all of these different, you know, switch controls that we can use. I'm just going to use some of these undefined because they have some different stuff in here of different stuff that you can do and different stuff you can change. We're just going to test it out. I'm just going to use it as undefined. I'm going to go to the next pad. Same thing. I'm switching this to switch control. And I'm going to change this to 21 undefined. Same thing. You do have to do it one by one. And that is the only other thing that's kind of, you know, whack, but whatever. As long as I can, you know, do the stuff that I want to do, I'm perfectly fine. So we go to switch control. We're going to change this now to 24. Yes, 24. We're going to change this one. 25, switch control, change it to 25. It's undefined, and we want it to be undefined so that way it doesn't affect something else that it's not supposed to be affecting. 26, and here we go, last one, switch control, we'll put it to 27. So now I have changed all of these pads, these purple pads. I have changed all of these purple pads to now represent MIDI switch controls from Arturia that are undefined. They're not set to anything specifically. They're just there. And that's how I want that to be. I'm going to go ahead and hit save as, and we're going to name this as transport. And then we are going to store this to our memory 3. So we got to hit store to memory 3. It's going to transfer everything. And now here's going to be our reveal. We're going to see if we can actually get this stuff to work. Okay, so we're going to go into Reason, and I feel like there's another way that you can set the settings specifically for the transports. And I just realized that I didn't change the things to toggle, but nonetheless, I just want to see if I can get this to work. So first I'm going to try a remote change. So I'm going to go to edit remote override. I'm going to choose my Arturia, and then I'm just going to hit learn. And it's not finding it. So this one finds the keys, but I don't want the note number. Let's see, what controls can we do? We can do control. Let's see if it will actually work. So we have these different controls, cut, parameter. I think I set it to, what was it called? It's not, none of these things are coming up, but I can see it does have a section for stop, play, record, forward, rewind. It does have those already built in. So we can learn from the keyboard control. I switched over to my program 2. Here's my program 3. It is finding the different notes. Some of these it's finding, like these two, it's finding, but it's not quite finding everything, and I wanted it to find everything. So here it's finding all of the notes. Switching back, we can see it finds some of these things. So here's our click. Let's just save that real quick. And when I go to press it on my board, it's not doing what I wanted it to do. All right, we got to go back into the software. So I didn't do something correctly, but half of it was right, half of it was not, but that's okay. So we're going to go back into our install, although it's acting funny now because I had Reason. That was the other thing. You cannot have the other program open. You cannot have the other program that you're trying to do this stuff with. You can't have this program actually open. You need to save it to, you need to use it without having it open. What? Just Groove It. Hey, Reason fam, funny folks. Bless you, brother. Funky folks, bless you, brother. Welcome to the stream, man. Appreciate you. We're gonna get this. We're gonna get this. We're gonna get this tonight. Okay. Store 2. I did hit store 2. Let me see, but it didn't quite do what we wanted it to do. So the rest of these needed to be set to toggle. I think I need to switch it to something else. Let me see, patch change, program number, bake MSB. I don't want to do that one. I know we can do MIDI note, but I don't want to do MIDI note because then I don't want to do MIDI note because then it changes what that's going to operate in terms of the actual keyboard. I want to be able to program these pads so that I can then reprogram them in Reason doing something else. Like I just want to be able to do them, right? Okay, so here we go. In MMC mode, we have the ability to hit stop, play. Okay, so that is there where we can choose these. But I don't like these because like I said before, when you have those, you don't have the ability to toggle. It's just like presses. And I don't like that. That's not what we want. We wanted to toggle it. And that's why I wanted to use the switch control and actually be able to do it. But it seems like it doesn't like this undefined situation. So we have bank select. Let's go to the actual original. Let's go to the actual original template. Continue without saving. Let's do that. We'll go to the original template. I want to see what this does. So when I spin this, well, let's go back to one. When I spin this one, okay, here's knob, shift, and you also have a switch for those first two. So it says the option is relative. That's another thing that's important to change, absolute or relative, because in Reason, sometimes when you go to change with your knob, things don't change correctly. They kind of change weirdly. And like you could have your setting on like 37, for example, and then it switches incorrectly because of the way that it's programmed. So relative is better than absolute. So we switch those to relative. Okay. For the actual switch. Okay. So for the second one, I noticed that one of these settings, I think it's for 2. I noticed that the memory for number 2, the setting, he changed the setting to something different. I think he changed it to something different. Relative 1 control, and it's just set to 114 undefined. The shift is set to channel keyboard 116 undefined. So the switch is set as a gate, and it's set to toggle switch control. Yeah, I'm not 100,000% sure. You inspired me to keep streaming more consistently. Your stream with Object was pure joy. Physical modeling is insane. Hey, shout out to you. I'm glad you enjoyed it. We did some patchwork where we was able to use our voice to truly control Object by using a Neptune. So we had Neptune controlling the notes. So that way we didn't have to play a note on our keyboard. We was actually able to just use the voice with Object and it could just play the note. So yeah, check that out if you guys are ever interested in something like that. No, I don't. Give me a little more light. Let's figure this out, guys. So one thing, I mean, I found a lot of stuff out. That you could do with this, and I just want to unlock the rest of the stuff. Happy holidays to you as well, Ivan. I just want to find out the rest of the stuff, because I already figured out you could go into device settings right here. For example, you can go into device settings, and then that's how I turned the backlight for the pad. I just wanted them on continuously. You can have your octave button blink or not blink, the pad velocity, key velocity. Like, you can change a lot of these different things, and that's super cool. That's super cool that you can change those things. But these pads, man, these pads is what I'm really concerned with. You know, these pads is what I'm really concerned with. So if I'm in the default and I'm just using the default mount switch, they're set to these things. Because on his, it's essentially set to, this knob right here is set to change the patch. It's set to change the patch on your whatever like instrument you're reading. It can change the patch of that. And I was like, oh, that's really cool that you can use that, but I don't want to use that button. I don't want to use that knob to change the patch. I want to use something else. You know, I just want to be able to use something else. So 114 undefined seemed like that could be the thing that would do it. So let's go into our transport. I'm going to try that. Let's do 119 undefined on this one. All of that stuff is set. It's set to toggle. I'm gonna see if we can just get that. If we could just get that to work correctly. Okay, I'm gonna hit save, and then we're gonna store to memory 3. Okay, data transfer is complete. So we're stored to memory 3, and I'm just gonna jump out of this, go into Reason. We're gonna be doing this a couple of times, at least for the first few minutes of the stream. We'll be doing this where we're just toggling back and forth between Reason, because you can't have both things open at the same time. Essentially, I'm just going to open up just any instrument, and I'll show you on memory 2, 3. Uh-oh, it's doing some stuff. Oh snap, it's doing some stuff. I think I just tried to input like a bunch of stuff into the system, and it didn't like that. So let me see. Let's go to redrum computer. Yeah, that starts to play for some reason. It's doing like a bunch of stuff, I can tell. I'm breaking Reason with my MIDI keyboard. I'm breaking. All right, so I'll show you that. So it does work now, because those are all just set to notes, right? Those are all just set to notes. So now when I do my pad, it does work, and I like that. I appreciate it. If I switch to my other one, this is like my corrupted file now. Things are not doing what I wanted it to. I don't want to. There's a problem with that. But let me see if I go to edit remote and I start doing this. See, it's set to control the record there. Set to record control there. If I do it on this one, set for preset. So there we go. So this one is the one that's set for preset. So as I turn this, you can see the presets start to turn. Now I have to switch over so you can actually. So this is also something I've been wanting to do that I couldn't do. So now I turn this, it changes ever so slightly. You ever so slightly turn it, and it will change. It will change the it's called the presets. Will change the preset, right? So awesome, super cool, right? That's cool stuff. But I want, like I said, I wanted to be able to use my third memory bank and just use a key in order to change the preset. That's what I want to do. Let's see if I can just hit edit remote, and it won't actually come up when I hit edit remote. So that button is not currently working correctly. Probably the settings that I did. See, G1 still comes up, but when I go to use it just on this one, it doesn't come up. Okay, so have to fix that because it's not reading as anything. It's not reading any kind of pad when I hit this pad, and that's what I don't want. Looks like it's coming up. No, it doesn't. It doesn't come up as. So we want it to recognize. So far we know it recognizes notes. It does recognize these knobs. I'm twisting. Some of these knobs are working as something quantize, I guess that's what it is. Click quantize. Yeah, that changes the click and the quantize. This one is not recognizing. So I think some things work for some things and some work for others. So it's like it's almost like a guessing game. I hate guessing game. I don't want to have to guess. So we know that these things work. Parameter 1, 2, 3, 4. Maybe we can try that. We can use some of these settings. I'm gonna take a picture of this list because I think the same list is inside of Arturia. I'm gonna take a picture of this list so that way I can see the list when I go back into the MIDI control center, so we can do some customizing. We've already fixed like one of the main problems that we've had. We've already fixed that. But now I want to actually be able to do more, right? So I want to be able to use this to change this. So I know I can use that. Now it's C1. So now when I go to, I can change my note pressing the button. I'm seeing it change it, right? It's changing the button, but it's also connected to C1. Let me see. Where's C1 on this? Yeah, see, look, now it's connected to C1. And I don't like that because now if I turn on my key station, and I press C1 on my key station. Let's see, will it do that? Okay, so that's good. It's not connected to both, at least. It will only be on the control surface Minilab. It won't be on my other one. Let me actually get my key station back set up here as well. Up, see, other Arturia Minilab is coming. Station, hopefully I like working. All right, cool. First, let's try to figure out this little switch button thing. Maybe I can move it to a note that is like outside of the range of the keyboard, and then I won't care if it's on like F8 or something like that way down the line. I won't care. I do want to be able to, while I'm playing my keyboard, just press that button and go to the next pad. That is going to be revolutionary. Pressing that button, go to the next patch. That's big. That's gonna just change everything. Just being able to do that and go to the next patch. Boop, next patch. Boop, no, I don't like that one. Next patch. That's gonna be big. So that's important. Transport is gonna be important too. I really want transport to work correctly as well. I want to be able to press this button and then boom, start recording. Oh, look at that. Hey, it toggled this time. The record worked correctly. So maybe we just do it like that then. Maybe we don't. Shadrach, what's up, man? I don't know. Now I'm kind of thinking like, oh, maybe we should just keep it just like that. Just leave it on the C1, C2s or whatever of the world and just leave it like that and not worry about it. But I want to go into the programming and see if there's a way we can actually get working correctly and working in the way that we want to work. I think that will be great. I think that will be awesome. So if we go to memory 2, let's just see what these pads are set to. So they're set to notes. So we know that those work because they're set to notes. This is set to undefined. This is set to general purpose controller 11, general purpose controller 12. But some of these did not work in Reason from what I remember, at least on memory 3, some of these did not work. They're just set to undefined, but different numbered undefined. And so some of them worked and some of them didn't on our memory. On our transport, actually is what we was, yeah, same thing. On our transport wasn't working. But this for sure didn't work because this pad right here did not work. We had set it to CC number 119 undefined to try to get it to work. It didn't work. It has an on-off value for that switch controller mod. So I think that could be the problem with those. I think you can't use those for that. So we know that we have the MMC in terms of play pattern, play, record, everything like that. So maybe what we do is try those: record strobe, record exit, record ready. So there's different kinds of record that you can set it for as well. So if we're in our 3 and we want to set this to, we want the first one to be set to, let's have the first one be set to stop, because I use that a lot. We'll switch this to MMC. We'll have this be set to record strobe, record exit, bird play. Let's see what record strobe does. We'll do MMC. This is already set to stop. Set this to play. Next one, MMC. Set this to stop. Currently, we'll record. Here, we'll set. I don't know. Let's do record exit. Let's see if it's something different for it. That. And we'll do pause eject. I don't think any. And we'll just do something else for this one. So I know MIDI note works. We can just choose like a real way off MIDI note instead. Like I said, like one of these super low MIDI notes. So that one is set to G8. That one's also set to G8. So we can set that to that. Let's set it to F8. Okay, so that's set to G8. That's set to F8. We'll hit save. So we can save our transport template. We'll go to memory 3. We'll store to memory 3. And now that has been stored. And just so we know for sure that is actually stored, maybe we come in and change something else. This is set to, let's set this to 119 so we can see if that actually will, if it's the number that's doing it or not. Knob 9 shift. Knob 9 plus shift. I do. And then this is the switch. We can set this to a MIDI note, or we can set this to switch control. Let's see the parameters that they have: modulation wheel, breath controller, balance, all notes off, poly mode. It's a lot of settings in here that you can do. It's interesting. I didn't even know you could do all this stuff. Release time, tack time, decay time. But it's a button, so I just kind of want to use it as a button. Let's set it to general purpose, something like that. We'll set it to general purpose, and it'll be a toggle and not a gate. And the off value 0, on values 7. Modes, it's a switch control. Okay, awesome. Save one more time, store to one more time, because we changed that last button. All right, we'll jump out of this. We'll load up Reason, and we'll see if our settings worked correctly. Man, I'm really excited to be able to use this. Okay, so if we just, okay, play works, stop works, play and stop works. Awesome. I'm looking at rewind and fast forward are working. Let me see if I just tap them. I can tap them to move around. All right, I can fast forward. I can play, but I cannot record. That record button. Let's go into record. Let's see if these are coming up. Stop. So record right here, that doesn't do anything. Forward is working. This doesn't do anything. And rewind is working. And then those are coming up as notes. So that's good. That's good to know, because when we look at stop works, but the different record options don't work, at least inside of Reason. They didn't come up. So we got play, forward, all that stuff. All of those things were actually working. So that's good. What if we click this guy? Nothing. Spin this guy. Nothing. Spin this guy. Nothing. So those things did not change that. Still, if we spin this, we get preset. So we know we can get preset from there, but on this one, we can't get any controller activity to the next one. We also have these two at the end. Those did seem like they were working. I told you stop and working. Player 4 was working. Do forward is working now. Stop is working. Cool. Switch over to these other stuff. Okay. So we can do remote edit if we wanted to. We could remote edit, and then that would work in that way with our Arturia. Like I said before, for me, none of this stuff was working. None of these things actually worked. Like this is supposed to do something, but see, like, look, here's our record. It's not recording correctly. This is the standard way that it comes. Memory 1, the standard way it comes, when you go to record, it doesn't actually record. Whatever button that is, it doesn't record anything. It just plays. I know it's always possible to do some on-the-fly mapping with remote override, grabbing some parameters, but aren't there any existing maps for the Arturia? Yeah, like this original one is an existing map, right? It's just like all of these knobs work, and that's awesome. All of these are for something, you know, things are set to stuff, right? But the problem is that they don't work the way that they should. Like when you look at this, when I'm clicking on this to do my remote edit, like these pads are not working. This is the default memory bank for Arturia. These pads are not working on the default bank. But when I switch over to my new bank, you can see that these pads, I know you probably, I mean, you can't see it because you don't see me clicking it, but these pads are actually changing something. They're just doing it by the note. And if I switch over to third, then you can see the stop play. These are doing different things as well. On the original one, these don't do anything. So you can't map them any kind of way. It's just whatever default preset is set. But if I want to do override mapping, I can't do override mapping. It's not cool. You want to be able to, this should just work. If I go to press this button, like the system should pick that up and say, oh, he's pressing something when I go to press that button. But on the original preset, it doesn't read it. On these pads, they work, something works. But like even like the loop, look, I'm clicking loop, but instead of it turning loop on and off, it's just flashing. When I click it, it flashes. That's not that's not what we want it to do. You know what I'm saying? That's not what we want it to do. We want to actually customize it and change it so we can do the things that we want it to do. So for example, here's another thing you can do. Here's our analog lab. This is the original memory that's stored. You can't actually do anything to it. You can't change it. You can't adjust things to it because it's read only. But what you can do is hit recall. When you hit recall from, it stores it right there. So here is, we'll call it factory X. So we know that this is a recall, and I'm gonna set it to memory 4. When I get ready to get out of here, I'm gonna set it to memory 4. Factory X is now what we're going to be adjusting. So when we go to click in here, we see what is supposed to be adjusted and what's not. Let me make sure I shift. So I'm on there, I'm on my factory X memory or whatever, and boom, factory X is set to red. These notes are supposed to correspond to notes, but they don't correspond to notes. Not in Reason, they don't correspond to notes in Reason. And the reason why is because of this. It's this button right here that says channel. It's set to channel 10 instead of channel 1. It's supposed to be set to channel 1. Why is it supposed to be set to channel 1? Why does that matter? And I can just tell you that Reason wants it to be set to channel 1. So if we set everything to channel 1 instead of channel 10, and I'm assuming somebody will say, oh, there's a way you can change the channel in Reason so that it reads from channel 10 instead of channel 1. I'm sure somebody will probably say that, but currently that's not the case, right? Currently it's not the case. So what we're doing right now is we are fixing Arturia's default settings so that they work with Reason. So now the first couple of pads are actually linked to the notes and they're set to channel 1, right? They're set to MIDI notes and they're set to channel 1. The next thing is the second part of the pads. Here are where the second parts of the pads are set. They're set to these undefined. They're just set to undefined right now. But the problem, most of the problem is that they're set to gates when they need to be set to toggle. So we're just going to change them to toggle, and we're just going to see if that fixes, you know, anything with their default preset, or if it really is just the case where it's like, no, you have to go in and fix the stuff that needs to be fixed. So we're fixing factory X right now. We're fixing factory X, okay? And option or date. I don't even know what that is. I don't even want to mess with that. I don't know what that is. I'm cool. Same thing with these knobs. They should be set to relative, right? And this is what the memory bank 2 that Legacy Studios was so kind to gift us with. This is what he did and what he changed in his preset, changing these from absolute to relative. So that way, depending on what number you're on in Reason, you should just work correctly with that. And these have their own like specific settings, and partly because this is not set to work with Reason. It's set to work with Arturia. You know, it's set to work with their software, right? And so that kind of makes sense. It's set to work with their software. So that's why these things. So release time, that's what these things are. These things are for their actual functions inside of Arturia Lab. And we'll pull that up too, just so we can double check and make sure that that is the case. Okay, so right now we have this, we've done some changes. We changed some of these knobs so that they represent something different. Inside of the knobs, just checking those and make sure that they're ready to go. Pad 9. These are now have been set to MIDI notes, all on channel 1. These are set to keyboard. Just set to keyboard. I wonder if that makes a difference as well. These are set to keyboard instead of channel 1. I wonder if that makes a difference, depending on what it's set for. Let's see. What I can do is I'll do a factory X. I'll store that to memory 4. I'm just storing everything to everything now. I'll do a save as. We'll do a factory X secondary, and we're going to change these instead of keyboard to 1, and we're going to see if that makes a difference. I don't know. Maybe it won't. Who knows? We'll set that to channel 1 instead. Go everything, and this is being set to channel 1, and then we'll test it when we get inside of Reason. So save, we'll store to memory 5 now. So now we're stored to a different memory inside of the actual MIDI controller. And so we have 2 different sets of settings, one where it's set to keyboard and one where it's set to channel 1. Okay, so we'll jump out of here, we'll open Reason up, and we'll see what those changes do. Because by the end of this, I want this thing to be set up exactly how I would expect it to be set up and run exactly how I would expect it to run. I don't want it to, this should just work. So I can tell already as I load up my new patch, I can tell that it is actually working as a toggle. If we're looking, I'm gonna zoom in real quick on Reason, go to 200%. As I click this click, it now turns on and turns off. Versus if I go to the original preset, when I click this, it does not turn off and on, it just flashes. So we'll go back to our setting on 4 and we can see it clicks, it turns on. I think I gotta zoom a little bit. I might a little too much. Let's see for our record. Now our record works correctly as it should. It toggles, and that really is just like a simple thing, right? We just want it to actually toggle. Just toggle. Just when it's time to record some stuff, we just want you to actually just toggle the thing that's supposed to be toggled. That's all. That's not a big deal. Oh, cool. It found my key station 88 this time. Awesome. That's not a big thing. That's not a big ask. to ask for, right? For me to be able to be like, okay, cool, I want to record now. Here we go, record enable. And then I can just record, right? Like, that's not a big thing. Instead of the way that they had it, I want it to be able to be like that. Now I can put my pre-click on. Even though I'm so used to using the number pad, I probably won't use it, but it's cool to just set it up. Maybe somebody else will use it. I'll set my record. Here we go. And there we go. Super cool. All right, what about remote overrides? Do they work for remote overrides? Kind of. This one is not working. These two work. This one does not. Okay, what about if we move to channel 5? Because channel 5 is set up to where it's on preset 5 or memory 5 for the Arturia lab. I didn't even know you could switch between memories. I didn't even know that's what that shift button does, to just be frank with you, but that's what it does. It shifts, you hold shift, and in that way you can toggle between the memories. I didn't even know that that's what that does. Now we'll see if it makes a difference. It does not make a difference. It doesn't make a difference. Indeed, it does not. These are reading correctly as they should read. But when we go to change these, it doesn't make a difference that it's set to keyboard or channel 1. So it seems like keyboard could just be a default. Channel 1 is a specific channel. We know that Reason wants things to be in channel 1, whatever. Looking at our spinnies, some of the spinnies are working. I can see course, I can see play, 4. I can see release, sustain. All of these things are working. Parameter 1, parameter 2, and preset is also working for this one as well. So if I go, preset doesn't work for ID8. Let me see if I pull up subtractor, for example. I can spin through my presets. So I can go load up a patch. I can do my, okay, here we go. I'm hearing, I don't like that. Let's switch to something else. Okay, cool. Now there's a way that you can do it. So you always do edit remote override mapping, but you also can go to options and then additional remote overrides. And then you can use these different remote overrides and you can choose the different stuff that you want to use for this, right? So say, for example, target next track, select patch for targeted device. This is set in Arturia already as preset, the control. But let's say if we wanted to do select next patch for target device, we'll do this one. We can now set this to something else. We could set it in our key station, but like the transport, oh look, now the transports on key station wouldn't work too, huh? Y'all whack. I hate y'all. I hate this game. I hate this place. I hate this place. I hate this. Is it working? Okay, cool. I don't hate it no more because it didn't actually work. All right, whatever. Because I'm like, hey, how come it want to work before? When I would go press this button before, I would press this and it wouldn't do anything. It would do nothing. This is on my Arturia lab. I would go to press this button and it would do nothing. But now Reason is reading it for something. Okay, so whatever. Let's change it instead so that it's not, we'll just clear this. See, we're adjusting this one. We'll clear it. Let's go in here to additional remote overrides. We have next patch selected. Let's do previous patch. So previous patch instead, we'll go to Arturia Minilab. We'll find something. So in this memory bank, see, we have these options. I can choose this one if I want, because I don't want to have to do quantize, whatever. I want this button to be it. So I'm gonna just choose that. And so now when I go in here, it should just load up the previous patch. And yeah, that's exactly how I want it to be. I want to be able to just touch over here, because sometimes just, I don't know, it's just, it's good to have options. It's good to have options, right? This is what we wanted it to do, so why not? So now we can use the mod wheel here, this little spinning knob. We can use that to change some stuff. Oh, that was a cool little animation. This thing can be used to change the patches. And when we go to spin this guy, that can be used to change the patches. Press this one, go backwards on the patch. So I'm still curious as far as like how much actual editing that we can do with this program. But for sure, shout outs to that video I was talking about, because it definitely did pull us into where we wanted to be with it, right? Like before, totally unusable. Now we can actually load this up. Now you can actually use it, you know what I'm saying? Now they just work how they're supposed to work. They just work how they're supposed to work. If I load up a Kong, for example, they're gonna work. They're gonna play through the C, everything, you know, the exact way that you want it to work. You know what I'm saying? If I go in here, I should have a patch. I should have a Kong patch somewhere loaded in here where I can have a Kong patch. Browse patches. That's not a Kong patch. Oh, that's what the patches look like. Okay, they have that little K. Do I have a Kong patch? Does not look like I have a Kong patch stored. Let's make a Kong patch. We'll just reset this guy. I'll just drag over some drums, a drum pack that I've been using. We'll just drag over some stuff. Here's a kick. That's cool. Other way where I'm. Here's a perk. Okay, cool. Drop the perk in. Here's another perk. Drop that in there too. Here's a shaker. Drop that in too. Okay, cool. Give me a clap. Ooh, I like that clap. That was a nice clap. Give me a snare. You know what I noticed? My DAW. Oh, wait. Okay, yeah, I can't hear it. Okay, cool. Here's a snare. I'll just do like the first couple. We'll do another kick here. And then let's do a hi-hat, right? Definitely need a hi-hat. So now we have all of these down to the pads. Sweet. Let's save that patch just as, you know. Oh, 2022 patches. Kong traps. So just so we have it, and then go. He says. I haven't been able to drum. I have not been able to drum with that ever. Like, I guess like some patches would kind of work. Some things could kind of work, but for the overall, like, I have not been able to do that. I always had to use this, which is fine with me as well, because pretty. gonna make things real fun. And just in general, it's the little things that really matter for me. It's the little things that are really fun for me. And just being able to see it lit up cyan like that, or, you know, lit up, you know, purple like that or whatever. Even just doing that, something simple like that is just like, oh, I was like, hey, how come here's the original. So when it doesn't even really do that red either. It's just completely blank, but whatever. I changed the settings. How come it's just always blank and then it only lights up when you touch the key? That's just something simple. Knowing that you could do that in the MIDI control center, you can change it to where it's always lit up. That's pretty cool. I like that feature. That's something that's cool. And it's something so simple, so minuscule that now it goes from, oh, I did not used to use this keyboard at all, and now I'm about to start using it a lot more. Now I actually want it to be somewhere in my setup. Now I want to like get a side table, or I want to like put it here so I can actually use it. Like, that makes the difference. And the reason why it was possible is because of the actual control center, as well as, I believe his name is Legacy Studio, as well as the video that he did. The links are in this chat. At the top of this chat, you can get to those links. If you also have an Arturia Minilab, because what I suspect, they just came out with Arturia Minilab 3. They just came out with the Minilab 3. And I think they added some more stuff to Minilab 3 that's different from Minilab 2. So this is the 2. This is Mark 2. They changed some stuff with Mark 3. They added some, I think they, yeah, I'll show you right now. They definitely added some different features, some different things that you can see. Even just by looking at it, you can see that they added. So for example, see if we can pull this up. Open image. So, you know, they have 8 knobs, whereas before they used to have 16 knobs. And then now they have some faders here, because I guess, you know, everybody doesn't want knobs. You want some faders sometimes. I'm still getting used to the touch mod wheel, the touch pitch bend, same pads. And then the keys are slightly different. They're slightly different. They're not exactly the same. But just saying, like, if you went and got Minilab 3 and you're a Reason user and it wasn't working, you know, correctly, it wasn't working exactly how you wanted it to work, like, oh, guess what? There's this whole other app that you might not even know about. And that's the reason why you haven't been able to do what you wanted to do with the keyboard. But now that you know about this app, you can actually go in and do some stuff. You know, you can actually go in to do stuff. So shout outs to that, man. It took long enough, because I done had this keyboard for a long time, a long periodically time. Okay, do you know maybe Pooh Bar's Reason channel? He is an amazing super user, making lots of mappings and other intricate things. I am not familiar with that YouTube channel. I'm not familiar with it, but it probably is one of those channels that's very similar to Legacy Studio, just, you know, dropping gems, you know what I'm saying, helping people out, dropping gems. So shout outs to him. I feel like I've heard the name before. Probably 9 times out of 10 I've probably watched a video. I might even be subscribed, but just specifically I can't even say like I'm an active watcher or anything like that. So, yeah. Kuba, what's up, man? Shout outs to you. I just didn't even notice that we had some folks up in here in the chat. Kuba says, yo bro, you should work at Arturia Keys customer support. You showing us useful mapping tricks. Shout out to you, man. I appreciate that. But thanks, man. I don't know about it. Yeah. Hey, and anybody that'll take me, I'll go. Okay. anybody that'll have me, I'll go. All right. Let me see. Gotcha. Damn. A little annoying, but patchable. What if you were to select the controller not with its native driver, but as other MIDI controller keyboard? Maybe then the override grabbing would conflict with Arturia's default mappings, but you're already so far down the rabbit hole with the whole solution. If you still got space and want a cool toy, check out the Nectar. Man, Nectar is another one of those that I've heard about, was like cool. And I feel like somebody else that watches the channel used Nectar before. I like that. I have my other little screen up there too. It's kind of cool. I'm trying to do some things. trying to do some things with this little live stream that we got going. We trying to up the ante just a little bit. You know, I need a plant. I really need a plant, like right there in that corner, like right there. I need a nice little green plant. Brighten this place up a little bit, right? Give me a little plant. I need some stuff. Anyway, I have heard about the Nectar, and from what my understanding, I think the Nectar keyboards are a little bit better at like speaking to Reason. I think that they are. One thing that I can say, before I got this Keystation 88, M Audio was the #1 for me. Like the Oxygen line of M Audio was the #1. It was the main keyboard that worked with Reason perfectly. All of the knobs, all of the controls. It was like just a very generic MIDI keyboard, I think. I think Arturia's keyboard is set up for Arturia. We were supposed to show that too. Let's show that real quick. So now I'm going to actually load up Arturia. So here's Analog Lab 5. Let's load that up for you. And when I load this guy up, see, they even have like 16 knobs right here, right? So when I go, let me see, I'm gonna go to the original. When I go to the original, let me see. That still does. I done loaded up a whole nother thing. Oh my. Right, well, so much for me trying to demonstrate something, Arturia. I don't know, maybe I've changed and affected to now it doesn't recognize anymore, I guess. Would be, yeah, because none of these. That's just now working as my. Is it because I changed? On the original. Anyway, so much for that. Let's see if any of the let's see if like we open up like Europa, for example. I don't know, man. I'm a little. Let me see. Any of these work with you? Switching stuff. I'm turning stuff. Got nothing. That's the original too. Got nothing for Europa. Put a 3. Let's try to just randomly edit. Switch this. Now let's see if that. Try again. Edit remote. So we still got some work to do. Dude, I can't even. Let's try this. Let's go to preferences. Let's turn off this one. Let's go to add manually. We'll do what they were saying to do. We'll set this to Arturia Mini. So now that it's like a random setting. Oh look, CC 30, CT. Oh look, we have access to the CCs now. Look at that. Have access to the CCs. How can we just get that to just be set automatic? Okay, let me see. Go here, edit remote override. This one 2. I want to change that one. Hit OK. See what I mean by the little jitteriness? It's not actually changing it the full duration. And it's not good. It's no good. Still jittery. I'm switching between the different presets that we have here. As I go to edit the remote, I'm just switching them. See if they will anything. So jittery. So it's like there, but it's not giving me the full range. Not working. It's still not working how we want it to work. Let's get back in there. Let's get back in there. Let's jump back. Let's jump back into MIDI control. I need these knobs working correctly. Okay, I need them working correctly. So this is set to relative. Here's what I'm gonna do. I'm gonna just go delete all my original. Delete all that. Here's our factory. Recall from factory default. Gonna store that. Can't be modified. Okay. Store that to memory. Memory 2 is selected. And now I just want something simple to set to rest. This one set to relative. Set to absolute. Okay, let's switch these to switch this one to relative 2 and switch this one to relative. See if that makes. Let's hit save as default 2. We gonna get it, y'all. You know what I'm saying? We gonna get it. Store it to memory 2. Cool. Get out of there. Go back. Go to Arturia Minilab. Get out of here. Give me Europa. Okay, I want to change this frequency. This one. I want this one to be the one. Go to move it. Ah, look at that. Full range of motion. Full range of motion. That's what we want. Now I'm here switching and I got full range. That's what I'm. Don't make me look crazy, Arturia. Don't make me look like I don't know what I'm talking about. So it does matter. It matters what settings you're in. It matters what, it matters what you do and what you set it to. Let's change this. So now that's jumping. So this is relative 3. So this jumps, it doesn't have the full range of motion, but it does jump from off to on. And then let me see what relative 2 will. This one was set to relative 2. Relative 2 still sticky. Still sticky. Still sticky. What we do. So I agree. What was that? But this was whatever that setting is, it's sticky. We don't want that setting. I was on. Shout outs to Just Groove It. I agree with you, man. That made a lot of sense to get out of there. Come back. That did help to set it to just a unknown default, a default setting to actually be able to get in there and do something that made the difference. It did different. See, these are different. Option absolute. This one relative. Can't be relative. Can't be relative. It doesn't need to be absolute. Absolute is the only one that gives you minimum and maximum value. So it does need to be it does need to be on absolute. It needs to be on absolute. I'm gonna import his settings again. Download. Boom. Give me 2. Import. Give me 3. And we just So we got 2, we got 3. Yeah, we're gonna save this one to 2, and we'll save this one. No, I save this one to 2. Save this one, and then I'm going to make. I don't care about Ableton. We're gonna just destroy that. Send them back settings. That way, I'm changing stuff. So right now, only my memory 1 and memory 2 will. 1 and memory 3, I should. 3. Memory 3 or 2. Memory 3 and memory 2 are set and ready to. And he does have his set to relative, but I think they need to be set to. I don't think they should be set to relative. Set to they need to be set to absolute. Set to absolute. That way you get the full range with relative 1. For whatever reason, relative 1 was not giving us the full range of. So we're gonna set these back to absolutes. And then we're going is this absolute, 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 absolute. I love when the chat, it just has their own thing going on, man. That brings me warmth to my heart. You know, see you guys chatting it up. What up, B-Hoss, man? How you doing up in here? Hey, I saw Ben Bowman came through as well. Shout outs to you. Ivan, you're back. You're still with us. Shout outs to all of y'all up in here. All right, we're going to save this, and we're going to load that back to memory 2. Cool, so that's saved and that's loaded. These are all set to our C1, C2s, and you actually can change the color to them. They don't actually have to just be one specific color. Like all of them are set to cyan right now. We can change different colors. Red, and do that real quick. Red, blue, green. Just do everything color. That one can cyan. 8. Save. Or back in there. Boom. Oh, that's so colorful, so nice looking. I also I wish there was like a dance mode. There's like when you first turn the keyboard on, it does this like weird little like dance thing where it just kind of cycles through the colors. I wish there was a way to get that going, but don't worry about me. Keyboard channel, knob acceleration. We'll leave it there. Key velocity curve, we'll leave that there. Pad velocity. It's been working actually pretty well. I don't think I want to change any of that. We'll keep all of that. We'll keep everything. And I think these will be our settings. Our settings. All right. So now that we've done all of that fun stuff, figuring out all of the different things we could do with that. Now that we have that fun stuff popping, let me see. Let's do some tests because man, still gotta get in here and specifically like fine tune stuff. Stuff is still not set like with the different instruments, for example. Like I just want to, when I start twisting this knob, I just want it to affect something natively. Like I know I can go in and remote edit, but I want it to be affected natively. Currently now it's not affecting it. Maybe there's no way to get that to happen. Cool. But I know that we do have the availability to go in and do a remote edit. We can remote edit and do a remote edit, and we can change that. And now we got full range of automation now. see fit. As I see fit, I can do some modulation with those different mods. All right, cool. We have been creating some R&B. So let's get into our R&B bag. Let's get into that bag. We haven't loaded up piano verse in a minute. Let's do piano verse. Shout outs to IK Multimedia for hooking me up with some with the piano verse up in here. Let's load up a patch. Get to work. It's a lot. It's a lot. It's a lot. I like that stuff. It's just too much. Turn some of this down. It's a little better. It's a little more tame. Pause real quick. That's super cool. It's working. It's working, people. Can you sidechain the effects level within the VST? Sidechaining it in terms of your routing options and Reason for VSTs is like a little limited. You can do some customizing with the modulations and things like that. As far as volume, I don't think there's a way you can, let's see. There might be a way that you would have to be able to send this mixer. You have to be able to send this out in some kind of way. You have to be able to send this mix out. And currently it's just one audio out. You have other audio outs, but I don't know if they actually do anything. So here's piano 1 disabled. It had to be a way that we could get into the VST and send the outs of the VST into something else. So MIDI controls. And I don't know. It doesn't seem like for this VST there is a way to do it. Maybe other VSTs, there's a possible way. Let me see. You can do CV out, but not the actual audio, because you have the optional audio outputs, optional inputs like that. Like you have that, but you have to be able to do some kind of programming in Reason. I mean, in the VST to send the stuff out. Just to answer your question that you asked. So let's turn this guy down. Piano. I'll do some nice little like bouncy little, you know what I'm saying? Bounce. I might change this patch because something about this, something about it I don't. Something. Let's turn the space down. And then there's like a wobble. There's like a wobble thing happening. The beat it. Okay, let's record that before me. But see, but I like the shimmer. It's just too much. See if that's the master. I just want to turn. I just want to turn some of those effects down because I like it. It's just too much. Okay, put dry. Add all this pitch shift. Okay. Ballad? We're gonna do ballad up in there? Dum dum dum. Okay, so let's tempo. It might be too fast. Mm, mm, mm. Our dun, 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 dun. Okay, pitch shift, gotta fix that. Get up in here and fix that. Don't want that, don't want that. Don't want that. For the key station. I got so many settings now. It's MIDI. Mm. I just gotta turn off my pitch wheel because it's creeping. My pitch wheel is creeping. Yeah, B-House, we found how to lower that shimmer and kind of change it because I didn't like the effect that it was creating. It was like a pitch changing effect. I have to set my intentions for these drums, and or I'm gonna keep it real. I don't have enough patience to create a ballad without a singer with me or like something like that. Like I don't have enough patience for that. I have to set my attention that this is gonna be some crunk sounding stuff, some dope sounding stuff. Otherwise, like I'll just not be where I want to be. So we gonna do that, man. We gonna do it like that. But then also, let me just get in here quick. Change it to that. So now I can work. Oh, there it goes. I saw it change. Oh, I have to like really spin it a lot. Don't do me like that. Come on, there. Wow. I don't want the typical sounding like drum sounds. I do want something different. I know that much. So like I want like a drum sound, like a layered drum sound, like something that has something to it. Yeah, beat map is dope. I definitely hear like that brass, like a brass. It's got to be like a brass pad. Hold on. I don't know why I'm in Subtractor so much, but just Subtractor was just calling me, I guess. Not that one. Not that one. Maybe. Maybe. It can get what's the name very quick. Cause I'll just get crazy. He says, can you show Beehouse one of the beat maps and spin the globe to land on a groove? Spin the globe to land on a groove. You mean like this thing right here? Like, you mean like how you can like have this and then just kind of move it around? And you can just move it over here and get a whole different beat. Now we like got a whole nother like vibe, right? I want more of a like an envelope kind of situation happening though. Something more like that, like, yeah. how much that fits our vibe, but they have different maps too, right? That might fit the vibe even a little bit better. And then you can turn up the density on something, like say if we turn the density on snare up like a lot, like it'd be like a whole lot of like snare. Catapult, what's up, man? Welcome to the stream. Now there is a bass patch that I really like. There's a bass patch in Subtractor I really like, especially for vibes like this. Cool, like real like deep in your thought vibes, like, and it's just called deep bass. Called deep bass. Well, maybe we go somewhere. I like R&B bass too. There's an R&B bass patch for Subtractor. I like that one too. It's just very like, it's just like very like, it's got a nice little sound to it. Got a nice little sound to it. And I'm gonna go to our little factory dynamics, hit up this bass. Give me this nasty bass. Drop that on there. Fill out them some subs. So the melody I'm hearing is da 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 da. Something nice and like, oh, like ambient, like you said. Yeah. And you hear my guitar banging and it's booming down. It's so sensitive. It's such a sensitive guitar that I'll play it one day and then come back and everything be completely out of tune. see. Hey, Just Groove It is getting in with the, yeah, he going through with the theory, ain't you? You going through with the theory, aren't you? Do the blues scale, hey, do the blues scale, and then come back, do a minor third, and then switch over to the, you know what I'm saying, pentatonic scale, and then we just gonna flip back over into the Dorian real quick. And then after that, play a C diminished, right? On top of that, do a C 11th, you know what I'm saying, with a flatted third. You about to get these 3 notes and hope that I hit them. Hope I hit them right. You know what I'm saying? I got these 3 notes for you. Dun 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 dun. That's all I got for you. Now, what happened to it though? What happened? Why did level turn? Like this one, keep this one, cause I did some stuff in there. I'm gonna find one that I really like. I like that one. I don't like that one. Don't like that one. I like that part. Definitely like that for that ending. Yes. Give. All of that. Now all of a sudden stuff want to work on this keyboard. Nah, bro, Just Grooving, man. You good, man. You good. We all in here together, man. You are right on the money. It's just that with this guitar, with this guitar, this guitar, I won't be able to do all of that stuff that you're saying. That's all. Guess I need that secondary part. Yeah, we need some raindrops on this track, man. It's just mad sentiment up in here. This is a restart right here, so it's got to go like this. do do. This is a secondary part that ends. It ends a section, so that goes like that. Okay. And we probably could just replay it. But I might not get it the second time around, you know what I'm saying? What you saying over there, B-Hoss? You saying play one chord and record and then repeat? No, I definitely would do that. I'm not trying to play no guitar, guitar chords. Cause what is this? This is a G. It's a G. It's like a G sus, A sus, F sus. And yeah, I'm not trying to. I don't know those chords. You know what I'm saying? I don't know. We have to go look stuff up to figure out what that chord is. I think it's like no, it's a no. It's a no is what it is. If it ain't this chord, this the chord that I know. Here y'all go. I'm gonna play the chord I know for y'all. That's like the first thing I ever like played on here. The only chord I know. I can move up and down with it. And I know that ain't gonna fit this one. Where's our G? That G? Here's G. There's no G, A. Okay, so there's G. Here's A. It's sounding worse and worse by the second. I haven't tried it yet. Now, if I can just get like a super like wowie, a wow, 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 wow. If I can get that happening. But that's not what I want. The hippie preset. Oh, that sounds really good. This kind of makes it really warm. Really warm. Very warm sound. Still ain't found the chord, but that has a good sound. Should we save it? Because I still haven't saved it. For those that don't know what we do on this channel, we just start making stuff. But if we don't get to the point where we love it, you know what I'm saying? We don't even save it. We just live dangerously like that. We live dangerously on that side of things. On this, around these parts, brother, we live dangerously. All right? Around these parts, we live dangerously. Where's the auto part of the wah? It ain't fast enough. It didn't go faster than that. I like this. I definitely like this wah. Man. I got a secret weapon. I wonder if I could use it to wonder if I could use it. Wonder if I could use it in this instance. We need the think this needs to go. Okay, let me add a new audio track. Turn that on. Okay, so pull up the devices. Right one. This is not the right one. This is not the one. It's not what you want. That's what's not working. It's not the one. We want this one. This is the one. We cheat my way through this real quick. Please don't crash. Please don't crash. Oh my God. Thank you. Get ready. So this is a auto chord from Polar. What it does is it uses a bunch of polars, and I went through and I mapped out the different pitch shifts by semitones for different kinds of chords. So it would be like a minor chord, a major chord, stuff like that, right? And then what it does is it just takes the audio input and then it just plays that chord. And then I also have different kinds of strums. And so the strums are created using these echoes. So the echoes are set to different times. So that way, when you play a note, it echoes the note in a different time and then it plays it in a different pitch. I think the ducking just needs to be up more. But it's not as cool as the real thing though. Yeah, exactly. Okay, I think we can save that. I think that has a good vibe. We can save that. We can call that emotional. We call that raindrops, because that's what I kept hearing. This is actually in C major. 120 BPM. Offs. We just so put them pianos in there for that intro. Let me go ahead and send this to our drums. Oh man, Jesus. Happened. I didn't know it was gonna take this long to do that. Let me see if I can fix it. Dun 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 dun. Mm, 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 mm. But yeah, I need to check out that Chordy app because, like you said, I am a guitar, piano person first, and it would be cool to be able to learn, some of those chords and stuff from that. It would be cool because I definitely don't know these chords. I even wonder if I could figure out how to play it like on another, like a guitar patch. Like Native Instruments has some cool electric guitars. And Reason has some soul school stuff. But I don't know if I could get it to sound like that. I don't know if I get it to sound like it's actually coming from a guitar. I'm gonna switch it all over. I'm gonna see. Oh, this one. So I'm gonna take my little setup here with this my amplitude and this. I'm gonna copy these over to this Memphis set and see if we play that Memphis set, get a similar sound at least. It's kind of loud. Almost want to move this to something. I almost want to do a parallel track. Like, watch this. I'll do create parallel channel, and then I'll move my auto wah to the parallel channel instead of the main channel. Grab that one, slide that down. Move these strums over. Bass coming in on the second part. Could maybe make that work. No, this just sounds too much like it's too hard. Too hard. What's the name? B-House, I'll catch you later, man. Thanks for coming through. Maybe I should get amplifier. I just want the default. Will this one make a little noise? Fine. Gotta stop using demo versions. I don't know why I always end up using guitar in these beats lately. Like all of these beats have guitar in it. I like soft tube. Soft tube is dope. You gotta do some, you know, you gotta go through and like find a real setting that nice, you know, sounds nice, but yeah, I like it. Yes, it is. I do have a license for that. Get out of here. I definitely have that. Whatever. I like this little soft little sound right here. This is nice. I like complete control because it's just been the fastest way to find like sounds lately. Like even Arturia has its own like little way for you to find sounds, but it just seems like it's so much faster. like this little fill that I did. It just needs to snap back into. Is this? Oh, mute. I was like, what's that? It's muting something. Okay. It's like, I've never seen that before. Something new. Doo 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 doo. Exactly. I ran that problem some time ago with another app and discovered that when you install any new app on a computer, restart the computer. Restarting is the key. Yeah, restarting is the key. Rescanning your VSTs. Sometimes you got to rescan them VSTs. Like, oh, it's not working. It's not showing. It's not coming up. You might just need to actually just start it, rescan it, recheck it, see what's popping with it. And I think I like these drums better than these drums. I think. But I feel like I could use them for a space. I could use them for a part. Like maybe this one. Like this quieter part right here. Quiet it down a little bit. I want to take these keys out too. I think the keys are better just for the hook. Keep both. I like when a plan comes together. Yeah. And this is definitely this is the verse part right here. This is it right here. Boom. It's a lot of bounce right there. Maybe maybe just drop some of those in there every so often, you know what I'm saying? Bring those in like slowly, like less times. Widen up these drums. And this guy. I hear a vocal sample.
You've been on my mind.
I pretty much use every instrument in Reason. I actually have a live stream where I went through and I used every stock instrument, like every single stock instrument in one file, like in one Reason file. I've used every one of them. That's a good question, man. And it's definitely a question that has been broached many of times, in terms of this question about royalty free, not royalty free. That's definitely has been brought up many times before, where it's like, you know, when you think about the idea of it, like, you know, um, what can be used, a lot of it is like say for example, if I didn't change anything with this vocal and I just played it completely dry in my track, versus if I mangled it up and I did like a whole bunch of like changes to it, right? And I like just like added a bunch of different stuff to it or something like that, and just made it sound totally different. Like there's different applications that say, oh yeah, you know, that would be, it's a different variation of the sample, right? It's changed enough to where it's different. And then there's a really good video on it. I know Splice is more heavily, it runs into an issue because they have like full, like these loops that are like full, where it's like, okay, you could just drop that into the track, add some drums and you're done, right? And so it's like there has been a couple of tracks where that happened, where two artists, two producers, like two different producers, two different artists make the song with that one sample. Whoever gets it published first, the second person publishes it, and then they get dinged with a copyright strike. Like they get dinged with something saying, oh, this is so and so song, this is not your song, this is so and so song, right? And so it just becomes this like battle between who got there first, and you know, who has the rights to it, and like what matters. And so the conversation definitely has been broached before, and it's like one of those things, right, where it's kind of like you really got to have stuff in order. Like you really got to have, you know, all of your documentation in order, all of your stems in order, you know, got to have your licensing in order. You got to have everything in order. It can't be, you know, an arcade from the Pirate Bay, you know, or something like that. You got to make sure your stuff is legit. And that's the first step to it. And the second step to it is, yes, it's having a better understanding of it and having some legal documentation in place. But, you know, they say it's royalty free, and it's all good. You make your music with it and it's cool. And, you know, you just move on from there, right? Originality becomes more the issue sometimes to me than what will happen legally, because what will happen legally is determined by your paperwork, your documentation. You know? What will happen legally just determines on what the terms and conditions say. So it could be a very simple, you know, very simple thing, or it could be a very complex thing, but it's really going to just come down to that. Originality is the part where it's like, okay, you got this sample that's been used in 300 beats, and, you know, only like, you know, you lose that originality, you lose the creativity, because it's just recycling and the same things over and over again. Even with these vocal chops, like I'm not the first person to discover this set of vocal chops in here, but, you know, hopefully the way that I use the vocal chops mixed in with all of the work that we put in to build this track, adding guitar, adding chords, adding synth, adding bass, adding drums, all MIDI, all played by me. Hopefully those things outshine this, you know, vocal sample that could possibly be in someone else. Like that's how I would look at it in terms of that. So the legality is the legality, and that's always going to be an issue. Like, you know, if it's somebody else's music completely, like, you know, with sampling, for example, like you're never going to truly get away with sampling somebody else's music. Like if it's something from 60s, 70s, 80s, 90s, 2000s, or whatever, you know, whatever decade it's from, you know, that that's somebody else's music they released that has their vocals or it has their music production, you know, on it. It's been released and it's out. They did not intend for you to take it, flip it, sample it, whatever. Then yeah, you definitely gonna run into, you know, those issues with clearance there, and you should, right? Because that's somebody else's work, that's somebody else's creation. So like that becomes you know, another layer to it. But it's been a lot of songs where it was like, if we did not take the chance and the clearance in order to get the song sample cleared, then this song would not exist and the world wouldn't have this song. And then there's been other times where it's like, we took a hit on the sample. We didn't get any of the clearance. And so therefore we don't get any of the money, or, 90% of the money that's generated from this song goes to the original artist because we sampled their work. So it's so many examples of that. Do I think Splice or Arcade is going to run you into that kind of an issue? No, I don't necessarily think that's the case, because these are considered royalty free, samples or whatever. It's not something that is already released into the public, in a vocal cha. Now, Boosie Raw Wave is interesting. Okay, now Boosie Raw Wave is interesting because people have been doing, like, interpolation is one thing, right? Interpolation is you take something, you add your own twist to it, or you redo it, or you resample it, or you re-say it in your own way, in your own style, or something of that nature. And that's one layer. And then there's this whole paying homage type thing where you're referencing some other person's great line, something like that. Like Jay-Z and Jay-Z Cassidy made it a hot line, I made it a hot song. Like, come on now, what we gonna do with that? Like, we're not gonna do anything with that. Like, it's a reference, right? It's like interpolation. But the crazy part about Rod Wave is they've actually pulled up multiple songs where it's like the entire hook is somebody else's lyrics, and it's like didn't change anything about it, just exactly word for word. And it was thought to just be just Boosie, like, oh, he just did it with that one Boosie song. And it was just like, no, it's not that one Boosie song. It's like all of these other songs, like Jay-Z song, Drake song, Boosie song, like all these other songs where it was like the lyrics are literally just somebody else's lyrics. They've already rapped it, they've already sang it, and it's already in a song. And so, speaking of which, like, Drake is known for doing that a whole, I think he rapped like a full 8 to 12 bars of a song before, but it was like in homage to that song. Nobody's trying to attempt to appear like this is my brand new song. Even in that same list, Jay-Z has done that with Biggie verses, right? Biggie lyrics. So, but it's never been to the point where it's like, I'm claiming that these are my lyrics, or I'm claiming these are my lyrics. I'm not trying to take it from somebody else. Even in the song, it sounds like I'm paying homage to that person in that verse. And I just felt like it fit in this verse, so I went ahead and added it to my song. And maybe they change a word or two, or maybe they change the way they say it, or, it ties into the next thing they say or the thing they said before. With Rod Wave, it literally was just Boosie's song. It was like, oh, wow, that's a lot of the same lyrics. Like, that's a lot of the same verse. And also this to the point where it's like, there is a camaraderie between artists and producers and stuff like that, where, if it's homage and if it's all good, then I'm not looking for a check from you because you use my verse. Like, you go you go back and forth, you exchange, there's this different kind of like club inner circle type situation where that's not the case. I'm gonna call my lawyer because you used 4 of my bars. But if it's like, okay, your career is being built off of using somebody else's verses, then I think that becomes another issue. So Boosie just took it and was just like, wow, like, look at how much you actually, like, word for word just took the song. And then when I bring it to your attention, like, what is the response? That's another part. Relationships are important, and that's the situation. If I bring it to your attention and then it becomes, oh, forget you, I don't care about that, y'all trying to, like, if it becomes a bunch of rah-rah back after I brought it to your attention, then it's a problem. It could be something very simple. For example, I remember, what's that lady name? Lizzo. I remember Lizzo, that first song that really blew up, why men great till they gotta be great. I even think it was that line, or it was one of the lines in the song. Not even like a full 4 bars, 6 bars, 8 bars, 2. It wasn't even like full 2 bars. It was like the first part of a bar, but it was in a Twitter. It was like in a Twitter post. And because it was in that Twitter post and it was very obvious, like, okay, this is the only person that has said it. It's obvious that you saw it. It's obvious that you used it in the song. I need some credit for that. You know what I'm saying? And that person eventually got writer's credit because of that part in the song, where it could have been a relationship. It could have been a situation. It could have been a collaboration. It could have been a collaborative effort where there was a conversation that happened. And because of that conversation, now it's like, I blew your Twitter up, I gained you following, and like, you're happy with that. You know what I'm saying? It's that one line does not make or break the song. I could have had a conversation with it. You could have said, no, I don't want you to say it because that's my thing. I made that up. And then now I don't put it in my song at all. But because it was like, we're just going to do it on the sly. Now you got hit with the legalities. Now you get hit with the legalities. So it's the same thing with Rod Wave and Boosie. It was like an exchange that happened. And then the exchange could have went a multitude of directions. It could have went a multitude of directions. It could have been, you know what I'm saying, Boosie on the next Rod Wave song, redoing one of his old songs. And now you got, like a modern, you know what I'm saying, artist, today's artist, that name is ringing, you know what I'm saying, out here in the streets and the radio. Now you got this song that's being, built and made. And that could just been an opportunity for the two of them. But the response was just like, like it was pushback. It was like, nah, I'm not really finna give you the credit for it. Or like, yeah, it was your song, but so what? Like, and I'm paraphrasing or whatever. But I just know from what I saw, it was like, yeah, we didn't try to make this a collaborative, creative effort. Once it was discovered, it was just like, almost like, oh, I'm caught. And now it's like, let me defend. And so like, yeah, you're definitely going to run into some issues with that. Let me see what y'all saying. How can people be so damn lazy? I mean, a cover is exactly like a cover, right? A cover is one thing, but plagiarism, just straight 8 to 16 bars is ridiculous. Yeah. Rod Wave gonna have to pay. I saw a case and the judge stated if it wasn't cleared and it wasn't a common saying, then it infringes in copyrights. Boosie say they gotta pay because they will pay somebody else. That's a that's a good point. It's really about the simple clearance, but also this is not like, it's not like the song dropped on Monday, Boosie heard it Tuesday, put the Instagram out Wednesday. Like, to my understanding, this is like fairly old. You know what I'm saying? This is not like recent. This is like fairly old music. To my understanding, you know what I'm saying? Let me look up some stuff and actually see what this thing is saying. Look this up. Let's look at this up. Let's talk about this real quick. Boosie Bad and Rod Wave and Kodak are gonna pay. This says Rod Wave and Kodak gonna pay. Let me see if I can just find it on Instagram real quick, because that is interesting. That's an interesting thought. Who sampled Baby? What's Baby? Hey, Baby? Relationships are important, like Hurricane Chris and that young dancing boy. When it was doing the man, my Instagram looked crazy in the background. What is y'all doing over there? Yeah, and that was all about like a dance, and that was all about like, like what that was about was like a remix of a song, essentially. It's just like, come on, man, like the song gonna do what it's gonna do, but it was for the dance. It was for TikTok. You know what I'm saying? It was for TikTok. So it's just kind of like, you ask Boosie for. Now what we looking for? I break it? Okay, I broke it, but we back. Hold on. I want to find the actual post. Ba-da, ba-da. Ba-da, ba-da. Bump, 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 bump. Let me see if I put hashtag Rod Wave. And shout out to that one person that said I look like Rod Wave that one time. Y'all disrespectful. Okay, here goes. Hopefully he ain't doing too much crazy.
Well, shit. Rod Wave ain't the only one. Shit. Y'all better do y'all research. Rod Wave ain't the only one. Nah, I ain't in my feeling. I'm smiling. I ain't in my feeling. I ain't mad. I love when they do that shit. I ain't mad. When I hear people that took my shit and singing my shit and put it on records, they giving me my flowers, you know. I be liking that shit when I hear it. It's just you gotta compensate me too. This is a business, you know.
It's a business.
Just like you do everybody else.
Okay, here's the song. Okay, not too much because I don't want to get copyright strike. Okay, that was enough. But you can hear it. You can see the lyrics popping up on the screen, right? Yeah, you finally made a way from Stop. Hey, by the way, woo! By the way, like just speaking of it, that sounds tight. Like that sounds hard. But that is the exact same lyrics. And it's hard to say, okay, we looking at it, we listening to it, right? It's hard to say, okay, based on these lyrics, okay, because I saw in a comment it said, do people own words now, right? That's what literally somebody said in the comment section. Do people own words? I don't get it. And just like what Willie was saying in the chat, you know what I'm saying, based upon if it's a common saying or if it's something, you know, like it has to be something where it's like it's understandable that multiple people could possibly say this thing. Some things that you say, like, it's just like, no. The problem also that I hear is that he followed the same cadence and the same melody. Dear God, I thank you for everything you gave to us. Like that was Boosie. And then he came in. Dear God, I thank you for everything. Like he pitched it up a little, but it's the same song. That's a problem. I said, dear God, I thank you for. No, that little slow 4 is not enough. Like that not only is it about the words, but the problem in most copyright infringement is the melody. Melody stuff, rhythm and pitch creates melody. And if you have the same rhythm and the same pitch, then you got the same melody. Period, point blank. So if we change if we just shift the pitch up, but it's the same way the notes go up and down, then it's the same melody. If the cadence is the same, it's the same cadence. I don't see how we could have a problem with that or be mad about it. Like, yeah, it's like, okay, now what I want to look at is, when did this song come out? When did this song come out? This song came out. Come on, where's the IDMB on it? Where's the what's the name on it, man? When did this song come out? It sounds tight though. I ain't gonna lie, like it's crazy. Like it said it got released in 2023. Oh, maybe that was the problem then. It said it got released recently. This is called Dear God, I thank you for gave to us. Da 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 da. That's a banger right there too. That's just too bad because that's nice. It's a nice little banger too. bad. They could have worked something out together. They could have worked something. Dear God, I thank you for everything you gave to us. Da 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 da. Is that the song? I thought it was called Dear God. What's happening? Is it called Long Journey? Maybe it's called Long Journey. No, I don't think. Blaze FM, what's good, man? Dear God, I thank you for, man. It don't look like it's out. Actually, it don't look like it's okay. So Long Journey is the Boosie version. That's what I was about to say. I was about to say that Boosie song, probably for the time, Boosie song for the time sounds tight, and Rod Wave song for the time sounds tight, bro. It sounds good. Man, what is the? Because it's not on his main page. I guess I gotta listen to it. Wait, slapping. What is happening? That thing slapping. Social media calls out Rod Wave for stealing multiple artists' lyrics. Here we go. Ed Sheeran? Can't be. No way.
On my bedroom floor. It was the cheese. Help them bitches get amnesia
I knew it was
quick. I used to cut up their body.
Okay, we can read it. Help them.
The cheese help them bitches get amnesia quick. I used to cut up their bodies. Now they saying they love me.
The cheese help them.
Wow, bro, it's kind of wow. The problem is gonna come from the melody. I'm telling you, the melody, the rhythm, how you rap it, how you say it.
The only evidence that you've been there.
I found your headband on my bedroom floor.
Yeah, that's kind of crazy. I mean, but listen, like, all right, so like I think about people like, for example, like we talking about this, but I think about people just like Jacquees, for example. Like Jacquees was like covering, I guess it's technically a cover though, right? Jacquees was covering, and even like I think his name is Brandon Jackson. Jacquees been covering songs and making the song pretty much sound better than the original song, right? But it's like with the understanding that it's like this is the understanding is, no, that's a different person. Who am I thinking? It's Trevor Jackson. The understanding is that I know this is not my song. I know this is somebody else's song. So the understanding is I know it's not my song. I'm covering a song. You know what I'm saying? Like this. I'm covering a song. It's a cover.
Says you got a man, but you tryna dance all on me. Why you gonna get yourself caught? Stop, you finna get yourself caught. You gotta slow it down.
So that's an obvious cover, right? We know it's somebody else's song, and he's just trying to show us his style, his skills on the song, right? It's just a different situation. If that's not the case, if it's something else, that's just a different situation. Man, that thing slapped. So it is Long Journey. It slapped. So it came out 2 months ago. So I guess it got uploaded on YouTube. So it was very current. So it wasn't the fact that this is like some old stuff. It was current. It came out and then it was like, oh, that's my song. Okay, cool. We finna connect, right? Like you finna have me do a verse, or like you finna run me some bread. Like what's finna happen? And it's just like, nah, I'm actually just chilling with this one. I'm actually just gonna chill with this one, you know what I'm saying? And just run with it.
Drop, you can't be scared where I'm from. Fast forward, I'ma pray for your baby. I know they thought I
Yeah, like he definitely got his own style. You know, we're definitely not trying to make it seem like he don't have his own style. Like he throwing harmonies in that joint. Like he doing a lot. And even like, all right, that's like one part of the song, but I'm skipping through the song and I'm seeing like that's not the entire song, right? Like that's not the entire song. It's just like a portion of the song. So it could have just, I think it really could have just been something like an understanding they came together about, and you know, and then they just resolved it. But I think his response was just like on some other stuff. So, and then it's also just crazy too. Like, dang, the fans called you out. Like, okay, Boosie said something, but then the fans is like, hold on, let me go back and look at this real quick. Oh snap, the fans is calling you out. Like, that's yikes. I don't care about that. Let me see. That's kind of wild. Because he has his responses somewhere. I saw his response somewhere, and it's more posts in here than just these. Oh, these are the top posts. I want to see all the posts. Where are the rest of the posts? Not just the top posts. All right, yeah. Post. I'll put hashtag Boosie. Yeah, got me singing it. It's catchy too. It's a ooh. I know I could go to, and yeah, like that. The other part. Oh yeah, he was pulling out all the stuff. He said YG owes Boosie too. It's just one of them things. It's just like, man, it is the same song. It's the same lyrics. Boosie got this track coming.
They don't do the same for me. Think I'm gonna let you take my chain from me? You ain't gonna do this shit to Baby J Prince, nigga. Or masterpiece. Still you sample me. Every word, but ain't gonna say a word with these motherfuckers.
Yikes. Okay, not too many not too many MFers on here, but slapping too, man. Slapping.
All them lines came from my mind, nigga. No ghostwriter. When I did that back in the Jeep, you would have been a ghostwriter.
Nah, he got a right to be tight about it. I think so. Let's see, Rod Wave responds. That's what I'm looking for. Rod Wave replies.
So Rod Wave hits back after he's accused of interpolating lyrics from classic.
See, Boosie not even the only one Rod Wave being swiping from. He got a young fan base, so he just swiping a lot of 90s, early 2000 wipers. His audience would have never knew because they mostly young and women. Dang, what you trying to say about women? What you trying to say, like women ain't gonna, what you trying to say? Same women that listen to Boosie and like Boosie could be the same people listening to Rod Wave. Like, dang, that's kind of messed up. What you trying to say? I'm not saying his whole career is him biting though. Yeah, it kind of sound like it. You know what I'm saying? A little bit. Okay, so here's Rod Wave's responses. Just because you know about the original song mean I stole it, you dumb B. I don't think he's saying that directly to Boosie either. I think he was kind of just saying it to people that saying he stole the song or whatever. I ain't never stole nothing. 5 platinum albums, find you a hobby. Wow, man, the vulgarity. Oh, goodness. You bees don't even F with me. Speaking on me, mind your business. All right. So really, like, a lot of this sound more like to the naysayers and to the commenters. You know what I'm saying? It sound like more so like it was going at the naysayers, the commenters, saying like what they said. You know what I'm saying? I got to get that off. I don't want this F word just all on one screen. Let me see.
It was okay for me to be a fan of niggas and shit. It was okay for me to be a fucking teenager listening to their music and supporting them and shit. And
you said bless the internet.
Nah, nigga growing and shit in the rapper. And nigga say a couple lines because I fuck with such and such. I fuck with that. I fuck with what a nigga said. Like, what that? Like,
Just too
dumb bitch. If it's public record, how the fuck I stole it?
Hey, what? One more time. Run that back.
You dumb bitch. If it's public record, how the fuck I stole it?
If it's public, how did he steal it? You stole it in public. Like, yeah, what you mean? Like, you was I'm gonna just take it back. I'm okay. borrowed, aggressively borrowed. I don't know how else can we say it. Like maybe we should say stole. You know what I'm saying? You could, if you take something from my house and I don't know about it, you stole it. If you take something from my house and I know about it, you stole it, and I know you stole it. If you ask me to borrow something from my house and I say yes, then that's not stealing. If you ask me to borrow something from my house and I say no, and you take it, that's stealing. Okay, I'm just trying to get some general stuff. Because with music, it's very clear. It's really white or black. Like almost even to the point where it's like, well, you know, Boosie is the type of person that will go to the internet. He will definitely go to Instagram straight up. But he could have just called his lawyer. Like he could have just called his lawyer and said, like, do I have a case? If I got a case, like run that case. Like just run it. Like I don't even care. Before the song take off and become his next platinum record, like I don't care. If I got a case, you go ahead and send that paperwork. Like just go ahead and send it through, and I'll just get it on the back end. Because plenty of artists have done that. T-Pain was recently talking about this as well. He was saying that, I think it's Buy You a Drink, one of the songs that he did, he was saying it. He said that because he has lines, oh man, that's crazy because it fits so well. T-Pain, oh man, let me see how I can find it. Let me see. I'm gonna see how I can find it. Buy You a Drink. Okay, here we go. It's in the Washington Post. Look at that. Wow. How T-Pain's Buy You a Drink made T-Pain no money, according to the rapper. Rapper T-Pain said he had money in the bank. Let me see this. Said he had money in the bank for lyrics for his 2007 hit song Buy You a Drink, but despite his chart-topping success, he said a quirk of copyright law left him with little to no earnings. Publishing wise, I probably get no money from Buy You a Drink, the 38-year-old revealed on a Twitch stream this week. Pause, because I will take whatever publishing he does get. I will take that today. I'll take it. I'll take it, because he says like little to no money, but I know it's something, and I'll take it. Absolutely. Okay, says it was one of his most popular songs. The catchy, flirtatious melody featuring Young Jock, instant club banger. It was. Buy You a Drink is crazy. But throughout the song, T-Pain, whose actual name, okay, yeah, this is the writer stuff. Washington Post. Yeah, I gotta be writer. Famously mentions other popular hip hop songs. Walk It Out. Now walk it out. Two Step. You can do it all by yourself. Unk by Unk, Lil Scrappy's Money in the Bank. That's the main line in the song. But that's what I'm saying. Like, that's the hard part about it, because I got money in the bank. If he had said, oh, dang, he did say that. Oh, shoot. Because anybody can say, I got money in the bank. But in the song from Lil Scrappy, he says, I got money in the bank. Shawty, what you think? Now, money in the bank, anybody could say. But money in the bank, shawty, what you think? Together, that's Lil Scrappy. That's the tough part about it. It's like, it's not a common saying anymore. Shawty is not common at all. Shawty, what you think? Think? And he does indeed say that. I got money in the bank. Shawty, what you think about that? I'll be in a great Cadillac. Somebody also did, oh my goodness. Somebody also did say I look like T-Pain as well. I was out in public too. I was like, dang, that's messed up. T-Pain don't have waves? Look at this. T-Pain don't have no waves? I look like... Anyway. So he does mention these songs, right? And it is word for word. But it was like, at the time, listen, at the time, we knew he got it from those songs. Nobody labeled him as, oh, he's stealing the song. Nobody's saying that, like, oh, he's stealing lyrics. Nobody said it like that either. Lil Jon, Snappy Fingers. When Buy You a Drink blew up, all them people and writers from other songs said they were old. Some of the proceeds, T-Pain explained. They said this is our money in the bank. T-Pain added, he made a little joke. I was like paying homage. That's what we was talking about earlier. He felt like he was paying homage during interpolation. T-Pain ran afoul of copyright laws governing interpolation, said entertainment attorney Drew Tawa, which is when artists take part of an existing musical work and incorporate it into a new song without using any of the audio from the pre-existing song. This is different from sampling a song. Okay, we was talking about that earlier. Cool, it's great. It's great. Sounds good to know we was on the same page. Awesome. Still requires an artist to pay publishing rights. Wow. I wonder if we can find this dude talking about it. Let me see if we put him and T-Pain. Can we find him talking about it? Philadelphia talked about it too. Dang, a lot of people was talking about it. All right, whatever. Let's go back to this. There's 2 copyrights for every song you hear, said entertainment attorney. There's a copyright for the master or sound recording, which the record label or unsigned artist owns, and another one for the publishing or musical composition, which includes anyone who contributes to the lyrics or melody. Let's read that again. Just one more time. Hold on. One more time. Let's just read it again one more time real quick. There's 2 copyrights for every song you hear. There's a copyright for the master or sound recording, which the record label or unsigned artist owns. So that's the entire song. There's a copyright for the entire song. Okay, I got it. I put it in my brain. That's not the beat, the this, that. No, it's the entire master recording. The thing that's going to get uploaded to DistroKid so it can then be uploaded to Spotify and iTunes and all of that, right? And another one for the publishing or musical composition, which includes anyone who contributes to the lyrics or melody. I don't know how that necessarily breaks down, but he says, because Buy You a Drink included lyrical references from at least six other artists, they were entitled to a percentage of the song's earnings along with their songwriters and record labels. There is value in paying homage because from a listener standpoint, the audience will be able to pick up and identify with those lyrics like that immediately, because the idea is when you have homage, what you're doing is you're tapping into the part of the brain where people are using to reference that memory, and that is called nostalgia. Even if the nostalgia is just weeks ago, even if the nostalgia is a few days ago, if you're tapping into someone's brain and their emotions and how they felt when they heard something, saw something, read something, you're tapping into their nostalgia, and nostalgia is very powerful. It's the reason why we keep remaking stuff. It's the reason why I just saw recently there's a Good Burger 2. We do not need a Good Burger 2, but I'll watch it, and if it's fire, then it's fire. But I'm just saying, we was cool with Good Burger 1. But it's the reason why nostalgia causes a lot of people to want to recreate, revisit, all of that type stuff. I'm not with all of that. Good Burger was cool. It wasn't in like black and white. It wasn't in like crazy distorted looking grainy digital film, like undigital film, like just raw film. It looks good, okay? It works for the TVs, formats, and all of that type stuff. That's when I feel like a sequel or a revisiting or something, or remake of something, it really makes sense, because it's like, okay, now we got new technology. We can film it better. We can do it better. We can add more effects or something of that nature. Then I can kind of see why some people would do, you know, the remakes and stuff like that. But just making it just to make it is because they know that they can tap into your nostalgia and get you to want to go watch it, get you to want to go listen to it, get you to want to go buy it, because it's tapping right into it. It's the same reason why a lot of sample songs work. It's the reason why Juicy from Biggie works so well, because they didn't change anything. I think maybe they tweaked some of the drums here and there, but really, like, that song is the same song. He just raps over the instrumental, like, essentially, like, that's what you're hearing. But as soon as you hear that other song, and it just takes you right back to that song. Like I said, it doesn't have to be a long time ago, but you hear it and it's right there. It's the reason why Bruno Mars and Anderson .Paak did that whole, you know, oldie style Silk Sonic, you know, compilation collaboration because yeah, that sound takes you back to a period of time where people made music like this, about this, with this style, with these instruments. It just takes you back to that time. So, you know, there was an audience that could appreciate that music. My mom loves that song. You know what I'm saying? You know what song I'm talking about. It's the only one song anybody really ever remembers. But, you know, she had it as a ringtone and played it to death and all of that. But you know what I'm saying? The point is that there's a way to tap into the nostalgia. So when you hear that part in the song, I think before the song even comes on, he's already dropping those hints and those lines. Last thing I'll say about nostalgia and the fact that of like why T-Pain might have used those parts in the song. The last thing I'll say about it is because snap your fingers, do your step, you can do it all by yourself. That makes the song a dance song. You're tapping into that. You're tapping into it. It's like, hey, when this beat drop, like start dancing, like do the dance. You know what I'm saying? It's like it taps into it. So it just kind of fits so well. And it's just so unfortunate that it happened like this. It's so unfortunate. There's value in paying homage. Yes. That could be part of why the song did really well. I think it is. The only issue is the people who made those other songs want a piece of the percentage. They could have just said, it's all good. Hey, this new artist, T-Pain, hey, we love this artist. We love T-Pain. Let's do some songs together. Let's do some stuff. And just left it alone. But it's also just so easy. Call your lawyer. We ain't got to get on Instagram. We ain't got to get on Twitter. We ain't got to get on Facebook. Hey, yeah, I just heard this song. I mean, come on, y'all. Come on, y'all. Marvin Gaye family waiting for somebody to drop something else similar so they can hit that right up. We're finna hit that right up. Nah, that sound too much like, That sound too much like that. Run that. Marvin Gaye ain't even here no more. We here though. Run it. Bring that here. So it's just like, but it could be the case of somebody could be totally okay with it, totally fine with it, right? It could just be like, hey, it's like a collaborative thing. It's like a give and give. It's like, all right, cool. You do something, I do something. We both do something together. But they wanted it. They wanted a percentage. Okay, let's finish this up real quick. Okay, now they're going into somebody else. Okay, in the end, it worked out for T-Pain. Fader credits him for making auto-tune a fixture of late 2000 music. Following Buy You a Drink, the Tallahassee native went on to become one of the most influential artists and producers of the mid-2000s, creating his hits, including I'm Sprung and Bartender. From 2008 to 2010, he received 12 Grammy nominations. I didn't even know he had that many nominations. And won 2 for being featured on Jamie Foxx' Blame It and Kanye West's Good Life. 15 of T-Pain's songs have reached top 10 on Billboard's Hot 100. Today, the rapper who started the Nappy Boy Entertainment is an avid gamer on Twitch and has his own drift driving team and was the first winner on Fox's The Masked Singer. Shout out to T-Pain. Okay, let me see what y'all saying about it. Let me see what y'all saying. Bless the internet. Amen. He stole it in plain sight, so his intentions were clear. Aggressively borrow is genius. Just Groove It. Okay. Oh, that's your name. I'm tripping. Just Groove It is your name. What you looking for, bro, is biting because he ate off of it. What's wrong with you, man? That's like Diddy and Sting's situation with Missing You. It's like literally the same. It's the same song word for word. And Sting, hey, we don't gotta have a big conversation about this. That's my song. That's my guitar. That's my music. Didn't get permission to judge. How much of this can I get? 100%? I'll take it. Thank you. I think one of the worst of these incidents was Pharoah Monch way back. There's an interview on Some Carpet with Rick Ross, who is just laughing in his face about him not having having made a penny. Wow. What Simon says, in hindsight, that is so evil when you see him laughing at Pharaoh's face and the underlying composition. It's true. You could create a new master's recording so you don't use the original audio, but then you gotta get clearance for the underlying composition and performing rights. We gotta get rich and outsource this judicial jungle and focus on music. People be too greedy instead of using the synergy to transcend and prosper together. So sad. Absolutely. There's definitely an opportunity to do it. I've gotten to the point where I've literally just I've gotten to the point where like I'll be afraid to use like even clips from YouTube or like just anything. Like I don't want to be labeled as somebody that's stealing or hold on, I'm not trying to play that. I'm just trying to get rid of the little play bar. It won't go away. I always wanted to get permission, you know, from people if I'm using something of theirs or if I'm, you know, anything. I'm sending emails. Hey, do you mind if I use this? Even like Instagram, they do like remixes and stuff like that. And I always put on my stuff to remix it because I rather blow up than worry about like on Instagram. Let me be more specific. On Instagram, I'd rather somebody use my beats or like do something to like cause me to like gain followers or something like that, more than for somebody to hit me up and be like, oh, credit or like whatever. I don't know, whatever. It's just the culture that's created around Instagram and TikTok is this music is for everybody. It's like it's a different world. You still have your legalities there, but somebody could just take something that they heard, create a reel or a TikTok with it, and now all of a sudden you got 1 million views and now you got thousands of followers coming in. Like that could be very beneficial to you. So I always allow that on YouTube, Instagram, TikTok, whatever. If you're gonna remix it, remix it. You're gonna rap over it. Like, cool, we just doing the thing. It's like it's a collaborative effort, you know what I'm saying? When it comes to that, like there have been times where people have like remixed stuff, you know, and they've really blown up the music, and that has been beneficial for all parties involved. And then there's other times where it's like, listen, you want permission. So I was saying that to say, like, there's guitar players, drum players, bass players. There's other musicians that, man, I hear something, and even if they say, hey, remix this or like make a beat with this, like I'll still DM them and be like, hey, is it okay if I, you know, take this, use this, put it on my Instagram, put it on my YouTube? Like, is it okay if I use this? And most of the time they're like, yeah, totally fine. And other times, in some cases, they just completely ignore you. And, you know, that's cool too. I ain't nobody. I'm just a little dark chocolate sexy man on YouTube. You know what I'm saying? Boom. Oh man, listen, this is what we gonna do right now, y'all.
This should be played at high volume.
I appreciate y'all for coming through. I'm gonna take me a break real quick. I'm gonna play the track we was creating. I'm gonna play it from start to finish. That was an interesting conversation about Boosie, Rod Wave, and it just kind of just went from there with all of the different players that's involved and everything like that, you know. This track definitely needs a bridge. This track definitely needs a bridge, I think. But for now, we're just gonna double up on the hook, and we're just gonna play this guy out real quick. You know what I'm saying? And I'm gonna just do it like that. Set this guy up. Here is this one right here, and put this one over here. Boom, boom. So now we got our layout. Here is our intro. Save the project. Our intro. And we're going to play this joint that we was working on earlier. Take me a break real quick. I'll be right back, y'all. All right. I hope that you guys have enjoyed our stream today, man. Shout outs to y'all for coming through. What time we at? What we got? We just at the 4-hour mark. So if I push it for 7 more minutes, we'll have 4 hours exactly. So we close out with a few more thoughts. I do really like my little setup, how I got Reason in the background and stuff. I like that. So we're gonna be, you know what I'm saying, rocking with that. Let me see, I'm gonna fix this real quick. I want to see how this look. See, if I do that, then it's too blurry. You know what I'm saying? But I could do this. I do this. But now my camera is not as crispy as I would like it to. You know what I'm saying? So we just gonna put it back. We're gonna put it to crispy mode. You know what I'm saying? Crispy mode. Destructo, what's up, man? I think that track was dope. I think that's, you know what I'm saying? We really we're really building up a nice little R&B repertoire with these last couple of streams. I like the vibe. I'm not trying to like speed through too much and do too much at one time. We pretty much just kind of working on some stuff here and there, getting the live stream out, working on a track here, maybe 2 sometimes. But you know what I'm saying, just making sure that we just work on something solid. I turned off my guitar. Y'all couldn't even hear my guitar in the beat. I think it sounds good even without it. So I think it could go either way. Oh, usually that's what I do. I'll play the beat real low. Let's do that real quick as we close out, you know what I'm saying? All right, so we are offering one-on-one sessions on the website. You can go to chrisreedbeats.com and you can get a one-on-one session on that if you are interested in getting some one-on-one music production help. But I also do, you know, anything else you can think of that you might want to get some help with. It's available, and it's available to you if you're interested in it. Trying to see if I can clear up my screen, if I can make it visible. Turn the backlight off. That does help to, you know what I'm saying, make it darker. You can kind of see more Reason right now. Yo, bro, you convinced me to get Reasonstudios even though I ain't got the money. Oh my goodness. Don't let me convince you of that. If you ain't got the money, you know what I'm saying? Wait till you got the money to do it. I still would say get Reason Plus. If you gonna get it, man, use my link that's in the description. It helps the channel. It says support this channel. You can, you know, use that link and, you know, get your purchase on if you're gonna grab Reason or if you're gonna grab Reason Plus. I think Reason Plus personally would be the way to go, especially if you're saying you're tight on money. It's like $19.99. I think right now it's 50% off. You can get an annual subscription. You can have that. I think it's like $100 for the annual subscription right now. And if you get that, then that would help you to save some money and have it, you know, where you're not spending so much money. But you still get all of the access. And like I said, and when I say all of the access to Reason, you get the full Reason everything. Yeah, it's $100. $100 right now. Hold on. Oh yeah, right here. You get Reason Plus. Oh, that's so cool, man. I like my little TV screen. The thing about the TV is like it's been there for so long. Been there for so long, and I've just not used it. It's just been black and just off for so long. So just to see it is kind of cool. But yes, you can get Reason Plus. You can get Reason Plus with that Black Friday sale. It's going on until the 29th, I think. And basically, if you get Reason Plus, get it for $100. You get the 50% off the annual subscription. Of course, you can get 50% off of Reason 12 altogether as well. And then, you know, that can help you in that regard. If you're trying to get Reason, you're trying to get it in an affordable way, then that would be, you know what I'm saying, my suggestion. Get Reason Plus, you know, save some money. A lot of people say things like, oh, what if I get it and then, you know, I don't do the subscription again? It's 365 days for you to make something that could generate you another $100. That's just another way that I look at it. I think of it. Not everybody is trying to make beats. Not everybody is trying to make, you know, music with the goal of selling their music. Not everybody is, but if you are, then that should be a goal. It should be, okay, in some kind of capacity, in some kind of way, I need to be figuring out how I can make some money. I need to figure out how I can make some money from this, you know, whether that be making content, making videos, you know, whether that be selling the beats outright, like whatever it is, that should be like, you know, that should be a priority. Figuring out how you can monetize the beats that you're making. Loop kits, drum loop kits, doing collaborations with other music producers, trying to shop your beats, like whatever it is, you get a subscription, and now that puts you on the clock. You say, okay, the clock is ticking for me to generate something with this, and make it so that I could keep going. And yeah, that's what I did. That's what I did for my channel. That's what I did for my, you know, production. I first had some artists that I was making beats for. I made a nice chunk of money, and then from that money, I bought Reason 10. When I bought Reason 10, I said, okay, now, you know, it's an investment. You know what I'm saying? We took the money that we made, bought Reason 10, part of it, right? It was an investment. And now we're just trying to keep doing the same thing. It's like there are other things that I want to get. I keep talking about native instruments. I keep talking about it. I want it. I gotta build up to get it and invest in it. And once you make that investment, that initial investment, then it's up to you to say, okay, I made the investment. Now, how can I make money off of it? This camera that you guys see me using is an investment. When I bought that camera, I said, okay, I had already had another camera. And I was getting, you know, photography work, but like my bracket of my photography work was where it was at and video work, because that camera couldn't do 4K. That camera had a limited amount of megapixels, so I couldn't do photography where I could like blow the image up and make like a really big print. The camera in general just wasn't as sharp as I would like it to be. Now this camera right here, yeah. It gets the job done for me, you know what I'm saying? But it definitely was an investment to the point where it was like, okay, what are we gonna do with it now that we have it? Now it's like, okay, we gotta get more jobs, we gotta get more clients, we gotta, you know, create the business, because it wasn't a cheap investment. You know, it wasn't a cheap investment, but little by little, I started getting more clients. It's paid for itself. Sony a7 III paid for itself. I upgraded, got a better lens, which is this lens. It's a Sigma 24mm 1.4. Invested in that. It's about $800, but invested in that, did some jobs. It's paid for itself. Got a gimbal so I could do video work. It was about $500. I started getting more video work, weddings, you know, events, birthdays. It's paid for itself. So it's the same thing with music and music production. It's like you make that investment and then make it pay for itself. Now, it could be to the case where if I don't have Reason Plus anymore and I lose like a lot of the instruments and effects and players that I have now, but I still have Reason. I have Reason 12, actually. I have the full version of Reason 12. I bought Reason 10, and then they had a deal that said if you upgrade to Reason 11, you get Reason 12 free. So now I have Reason 12, because I was going to say, oh, I'll just go back to Reason 10. But with that being said, I have Reason 12. So if I don't have my Reason Plus, if I lose my connections with Reasonstudios, if they no longer, give me the software, help me out in the ways that they've been helping me out, then I'll just go back to what I have paid for. And if I never make another dime for it, but I still enjoy making music and making beats, then that is how it's paid for itself. It pays for it in the happiness. It pays for it in the enjoyment and the excitement that I get out of being able to create this music. And I wouldn't want to do like, a free DAW or a different DAW that was cheaper, because now I'm frustrated trying to figure out that DAW, or I'm missing the things about Reason that I really love. That wouldn't be the vibe either. So no, I would just enjoy Reason for what it was. And sometimes that's what it is. So all of that, I'm just speaking. Hopefully I'm speaking and making sense. And it don't sound like I'm rambling, because I'm hungry and I'm thinking about the food that's waiting for me. Bro, please tell me more about BeatStars. Okay, listen. So here's my experience with BeatStars. My experience with BeatStars is I watch other people who make beats and put their beats on BeatStars, and the process that they do and what they do to be successful. And then I compare that with my time, my effort, my energy. And I say, I can see why I don't get the beat sales that I want to have. When I got beat sales from BeatStars the most was when I was putting into the advertisement. So when I was paying, like, I think I did one time, I did a campaign. I paid $5 every single day. I paid like $5 a day, and that would push my music, push my beats to the top of the list, or wherever the advertisement would pay for it. I did it for like $5 a day for, I want to say it was for maybe like 15 days, something like that. And so that advertisement helped a lot, because I got a lot of beat sales from that. But it was kind of like, okay, cool. I paid 30 to make 60. I paid 60 to make 120. I paid 120 to make 130. I paid 100 to make 150. And it just was like, I got some opportunities to do some like exclusive deals, right? Stuff like that. And sometimes it's just not worth, it's just not worth the effort. It's another one of those investments. YouTube has to become an investment, or it has to become an advertising marketing thing. It's all about marketing, because you could get somebody to buy your beat. Like, you might compare yourself with other people's beat and be like, their beat sounds better than mine, or my beat doesn't sound as good, or whatever. But your marketing could get somebody to purchase your beat regardless of how it sounds or how it's mixed or anything like that. So because they keep seeing your face on Instagram, Twitter, TikTok, YouTube, because they keep seeing this one specific beat, it keeps popping up on their timeline. It keeps popping up in YouTube advertisements. It keeps popping up on BeatStars. They get familiar with your name. They get familiar with your logo. They get familiar with your brain. They get familiar with your sound. All of that stuff is marketing and has nothing to do with whether or not the beat sounds good or the beat is great. Now that part absolutely is going to push you over into the next hemisphere if the stuff actually has quality and sounds good, and that should be your first goal. But honestly, truthfully, it's all about marketing. It's all about getting seen. Nobody will listen to it if they don't first see it. And in BeatStars, you could just be completely flooded by how many people upload beats every day, every week, sometime, every hour. So a standard that I would say is you gotta have a consistent upload schedule on BeatStars, on Airbit, on any of the platforms that help you sell your beats. You got to have a consistent flow of beats coming in, and you probably should have like a nice catalog to start with. So maybe in the beginning you need to be able to drop like 10 beats a day, like 10 beats a week, like 10 beats a month, like whatever it is. Like you need to build a catalog and build it pretty quickly. And then after that, you need to be dropping beats every single day. Another thing that I've seen that really helps with BeatStars is targeting and honing in on a specific anything, just a specific niche. You need to say, I'm going to do only R&B beats. And so type beats is another big thing. It's just marketing. Chris Brown type beat, Rod Wave type beat, T-Pain type beat, you know, Ice Spice type beat, whoever type beat, whatever the type beat is that you creating, like you need to put that in your titles. You need to put that in the comment section. You need to put it in the description. You need to put it somewhere where people can see it. This or that person type beat. What's up, Steven? Welcome to the channel, man.
High volume.
Steven Tomise, subscribe to the channel. Shout outs to you, man. I thought that was a super chat. But shout outs to you either way. So what I'm saying is, you hone down a niche. You need to say, I'm gonna make R&B beats, and then you can filter down into that even further, right? You can say, I'm gonna make R&B beats for artists like Chris Brown. I'm gonna make R&B beats for artists like Summer Walker. And now just all of your beats are R&B Summer Walker beats, and you become that guy where it's like, I know if I want an R&B Summer Walker type beat, I'm gonna go to, you know, I'm gonna go to Cuba. I'm going to Cuba for the R&B summer, you know, Summer Walker type beats. You nail down that genre, whatever it is, but it could be anything. Oh, Lil Baby trap type beats, and you nail that down, and you get that sound, and you get it to sound good, and it's like, okay, boom, people know they come to you. Every time they see your name, they see your brand, they see your logo, they know they're gonna get a Lil Baby type beat. I think about producers like Tone Jones, who's like very musically talented. He uses his voice, he uses instruments, he uses everything, anything he can think of to make his beats. He's very musical, sounds really good, extremely crispy quality sounds, drums that knock, piano that's nice and bright, full sounding sounds, just like really good sounding stuff. And this is the opposite, because he's not tied down to any kind of genre. He can make any kind of music he wants and put it out there. But his brand has been quality. His brand has been, when you play my beat, it's gonna sound mixed and mastered. Like his brand is like, it's gonna have a bounce, it's gonna have a rhythm, it's gonna sound quality, top notch. And he has always delivered in that way. So like he has stamped himself in there. And the other thing that helps him is catalog. He has a huge catalog of beats. The other thing about BeatStars, so catalog is important, niche is important, consistency is important. And lastly, with BeatStars, like advertise, I want to put like marketing and advertising, like doing sales bundles, like, oh, 3 beats, buy 3 beats, get 1 free, buy 2 beats, get 2 free, buy 1, get 1 free. Like all of that stuff is sales. It's literally sales. At the end of the day, it's sales. You're trying to sell something. And one thing, like, you know, Joe Budden, I listen to him sometimes. One thing that he says is, it's the hardest thing in this world is to get somebody to buy one of anything. If you get somebody to buy one of anything, you have accomplished a huge feat. And that's no different with beat making. The difference is, like, with beat making and selling beats, is like you're dealing with another person who does not have necessarily the mentality of helping you make a sale. Like they are trying to help themselves create music. They're artists at the same time, right? So they're sensitive about their art. They're emotional about their art. They might feel a way if it's like, I bought this beat, I'm not satisfied with it. Or, you know, I might not buy this beat. I might listen to this beat for the next 6 months before I actually decide to buy it. I might get the beat, rip the beat, make a song to it, and never buy it. Like, it's a lot of different things that goes into the minds of artists when it comes to beat sales. So you have to keep that in mind too. All right, cool. You might have to finesse it. You might have to say, I want to sell this beat at this price, but I can get somebody to buy the beat at that price. I want to be able to sell 1 beat at a time, but if I sell 10 beats at a time, and I'm like, oh, here's an EP sale, your next EP, 5 beats for this one price. Now all of a sudden you got more sales because of the discount, because it's sales at the end of the day. That's really the truth about it. And the last thing I'll say about BeatStars, Airbit, any of that stuff is like, you could get on BeatStars, you could get on Airbit and put your beats up there in that catalog and sell beats. And you could also make your own website and put your beats up and sell your beats. You don't have to go to those websites at all. The difference between the two is, of course, also because, you know, there's also like purchasing fees, and you know, you got to actually pay for the membership fee, and all of that is equated into how much money you're actually making on the platform, because you got to pay them in order to be on the platform. But you make your own website, the difference between the two is you no longer have the pond of buyers. You no longer have the marketplace. Now you have to create your marketplace. Now you have to be the one out getting emails. Now you have to be, this is a good topic. I'm glad you asked this question. Now you got to be the one out getting emails. Now you got to be the one out hitting people up on DMs. Hey, come check out my beats. Now you got to be the one getting hot on Instagram and on TikTok, you know, coming up with a viral situation. We was looking at the video recently of the dude that made a beat with a flute, with a carrot. It's like a carrot that's shaved like a flute, and that video is so many millions of views now because it has this virality component to it, because he's making a beat with a flute made from a carrot. But you might have to do something like that. You might have to figure out, what is the creative thing that I'm going to do. I watch Instagram, TikTok so many times. I see so many videos of people like on rooftops. Like they just find beautiful places to make their beats, in forests, on mountains, on under waterfalls. It's all this different things. That's what we're competing with. You're competing against somebody who is willing to do what you might not be willing to do. So at the end of the day, you got to ask yourself, what am I willing to do to get the sale? Because it's about a sale. If producers, there's this one guy, is a black guy. He's hilarious. He's like selling some kind of cleaning product. If producers was like him, that was like not afraid, that had like charisma and was charismatic, had characteristic, and was able to get in front of people and actually like sell their beats, like sell their stuff. If they could do it like he would do it, we probably would sell more beats. You know what I'm saying? Because it's like, you realize like that at the end of the day, that's what it is. Artists are emotional and sensitive about their music, and guess what? Producers are emotional and sensitive about their music too. Like, I don't want anybody to just have anything. I've said that multiple times on this live stream. I don't want to send beats to this artist or that artist, even if it means X amount of dollars. I don't want that, because I want to still be able to like say like, oh, I made that track. Like I want to be able to tell my mom and my son and my wife and the people at my church like, oh yeah, I made that music. And there's a lot of times it's like, I don't want to even be associated with that person or with that lifestyle or with any of that. Like I don't want my music associated with that. And so that becomes the thing, is you cut your sales more than in half. You cut them down like a lot because of that kind of mentality. But that's part of what comes with the territory, is like, okay, how do you really feel about anybody just having your music? Can you detach yourself from it and say, I heard Curtis King say one time, like, beats, songs, music is like real estate. When you make a beat, it becomes a house. You want to get somebody to buy that house, and then you want to move on to the next house. Like, it's not about, you know, loving how you built the house and loving how the house looks and all this stuff. It's business. It's like, I built the house, I sell the house, I move on, I go build another house. Can you detach yourself from that? Can you do that with your music? Or do you need to find another route? Do you need to do something different? There's success in anything that you do, as long as you really put yourself to it and you stop like sugarcoating yourself and stop like living in a dreamland, and you say, what does it actually take for me to get this thing done? What does it actually take? What does it actually mean for me to be successful in this right? What is it going to take for me to do that? And once you really get to that place where you say, okay, I'm gonna just do exactly what it's supposed to take for me to do it. I'm not going to make excuses. I'm going to do the investments. I'm going to spend the time. I'm going to spend the energy. You'll be successful. You'll do it. That's it. He's like, I'm liking this music podcast style. I'd rather stay a starving artist. Like that. Like that. It's like that. It's like that where it's like that. I haven't quite detached myself. I definitely have not detached myself from the art part of music and the business part of music. Like, I like YouTube and I like doing this because I get to be myself and I get to have fun. And, you know, the advertisements, you know, the ads are there, unfortunately, for those that don't have ad blocker or don't have YouTube Premium. But that's literally how we keep, that's how we keep things going. That's how we make it available. It takes the memberships, it takes the super chats, it takes all of that. Because this is not a hobby. This is something that I wanted to do. So it's the same thing. I was talking about this camera earlier. Yeah, part of that was the investment for YouTube too. I wanted a good looking camera for my YouTube. Lighting, and I bought lighting, and then, you know, all this stuff, you know, all of this stuff takes investing and takes time to build it. And when I first started doing YouTube, that was my goal. That was my dream. I want to get to a certain amount of subscribers so I can monetize, so I can build this one day into Sanjay C. So I can build this one day into a Curtis King. So I can build this one day into a, you know, drop your name here. You know what I'm saying? It's your average consumer, you know, Marquise Brownlee. So I can build this into, you know, any of those kind of situations where it's like, yeah, I get to do this every day if I want. Like, that would be a good feeling. And so it don't happen overnight. You got to put the work in. You got to grind. You got to stay motivated. Sometimes I come in here and I literally say the words, I don't want to do a video or go on live stream because I don't like how I look. That's a mental health thing. I don't like how I feel today about getting on camera and doing a tutorial for Reason. I don't feel it. I'm not feeling it today. That was a day, that was a wasted opportunity. But there's this whole mental health aspect to it as well. Man, I spent 8 hours on that last video and it got 50 views. And man, why is this video getting 1,000 views and this video is getting 30 views? I'm a failure. I'm an imposter. I'm definitely not living up to what I thought I could do. I thought I could do this. I can't do it. You deal with all of that. You deal with all of that. And then other days it's like you got pushed through. You don't know what's gonna happen. Every time you step up to the bat, you don't know what could happen that day. You don't know the opportunity that you could miss. If I didn't get up energetic and happy and ready to do my live stream one day in November a couple of years ago, like Reasonstudios I don't even get on their radar if I don't do that live stream talking about Reason 12 when it first came. Like, so I'm just saying it to say there's so many layers and levels to these things. And you gotta be willing and ready. If you want the reward, you gotta take the risk. There is no reward if there is no risk. So sometimes it's like, man, y'all finna get this little patchy beard. You know what I'm saying? Y'all finna get this little patchy beard. I got no edge up. Y'all finna get this little no edge up. We finna get in here and make beats. I don't know if I'm gonna make a dope beat today. I don't know if what is, maybe my keys is gonna be off today. Maybe my guitar playing is gonna irritate people that's watching today. You know, like maybe this video is not gonna be a hit. Like all of those things go through my mind, but it's like, come on, we gotta do it. Let's do it. Let's do it. And 9 times out of 10, it's more fun than me worried about anything that's happening. You know what I'm saying? So I know that I have not detached myself from the music. I haven't even detached myself from the videos. So, but nonetheless, I'm just leave you with this last one. Find out what it takes to get the job done. Put your all into it. Put your all into it. I had a thought that I could get to some place with my YouTube channel when I first started. I have surpassed that thought. I now see on the other side what I saw back then. I looked at, I studied, I bought a book. I read a book about YouTube. I watched the videos. I did the skill shares. I did whatever. I practiced. I went in days. I had COVID and I was in here in this garage doing a live stream. I've put in the work, put in the sweat. And so I could see that one day I had an idea. Hey, we can get to monetization. We can get to monetization. 1,000 subscribers, 4,000 watch time hours. And when it first was there, when the progress bar was first there, it seemed impossible. I said, oh, it's never gonna happen. It's not gonna happen. It's never gonna happen. But instead of doing that, I said, okay, what does it take to get 1 subscriber? What does it take to get 1 subscriber? This is what it took to get 1 subscriber at the very beginning. 1 video. I would get 1 subscriber per video. So, okay. 1 subscriber per video. That means I need 1,000 videos to get to 1,000 subscribers. But it didn't work that way. It didn't happen that way. It started at 1 video, 1 subscriber. And then it built into, oh, wow, now every video I get 10 subscribers. Okay, cool. So the next time I post a video, I get 10 subscribers. And then it went from, oh, okay, 1 video over the course of a week, I got 20 subscribers. Oh, okay, cool. Now we're rolling. Now we getting things going. But if I had stopped at 1 video, 1 subscriber, like if I looked at those analytics and I said, man, every time I post a video, I only get 1 subscriber. Oh, I might as well stop now. I might as well stop now. I'll never get to 6,000 subscribers. And we on the road to 6,000. We trying to get to 6,000 before the end of the year. But I could have stopped then. I could have stopped when I was like, dang, 1 video, 1 subscriber. I could have stopped when I was trying to build my YouTube channel and I saw the girl on a van. She was on a van, taking a shower on a van, get 20,000 subscribers the first video that she uploaded. I could have stopped then. I could have said, man, here I am struggling to get 1,000 subscribers and she just got 20 times that because she was living in a van and it became this huge viral sensation. Could have stopped then, but it's like, no, stay in your lane, be in your lane, focus in your lane, improve your lane, improve what you're supposed to be doing, do the stuff that you're supposed to be doing, stay focused on you. Don't worry about what everybody else is doing, because I'm not going to do a lot of what everybody else is doing. I'm different. I'm a child of God. I'm not going to do what everybody else is doing, but you do what you're supposed to do. And if you're doing what you're supposed to do, there's going to be people that's going to come and bless you. It's going to be situations that open up. It's going to be doors that open because of your talent. It's going to be opportunities that present themselves because of your grind. Literally had somebody tell me, hey, I see what you're doing and I just want to create something. I have this extra amount of money. I want you to create something and I'll pay you every week just like it was a salary. You will? You will do that? Because I actually was just doing work. I actually was just doing what I was supposed to be doing. But I could have been doing something else. I could have been complaining. I could have been worrying. I could have been making excuses. I could have been doing anything else. But instead of doing those things, I just turned the camera on. I turned the camera on, I turned the mic on, I turned the light on. I said, let's go. Let's do it. Let's do it. What I got to lose? What do I got to lose but time and sleep and energy? What I got to lose? Nothing. Got nothing to lose. So it's only up from here. God got me. I'm blessed. Even if I never make another anything, I'm blessed. And it's all good. So shout outs to y'all, man. I've definitely been here much too long, man. Drop a blonde for y'all, man. You know what I'm saying? I've definitely been in here much too long. My name is... Did this work? Oh, it didn't even work. I tried to press my little sound effect button and it didn't even play. That's cold. I tried to play my little sound effect and it didn't even work, man. Check out Reasonstudios for the Black Friday sale, man. Check out Reasonstudios for the Black Friday sale, man. If you're looking for something, but a whole bunch of other places got Black Friday sales happening too. Shoot, Chris Reed need to have a Black Friday sale happening. What's my Black Friday sale gonna be? I think I was working on some stuff, actually. I was working on some different stuff. We're gonna see if it come to light or not, because I'm good with that too. I'm good with procrastinating, and I'm good with coming up with a plan and not seeing it through. So you gotta be consistent, man. You gotta be consistent. Don't let nothing hold you back. Don't let nothing push you back, man. There's gonna be a lot of people to tell you no, but it only take one person to tell you yes. There's gonna be a lot of people that might tell you no. It only take one person to tell you yes. It started with one subscriber, one video. That's 6,000. If you guys are looking for one-on-one tutorials, chrisreedbeats.com. If you guys are looking for patches, drum kits, anything like that, you can become a member of this channel. You will get access to patches, refills. You get access to drum kits, loop kits. All of that completely is included in the $5 membership. And of course, it goes along with subscribing and helping this channel. You get exclusive video content, exclusive live streams as well. And it supports the channel. Please, if you are not subscribed, make sure to subscribe. If you have not liked this video, please make sure to give this video a like. Shout outs to Kuba, shout outs to Just Groove It, hanging out with me throughout the whole stream, man. Shout outs to Blaze FM, shout out to Ivan Velez, Shadrack, shout outs to you as well. B Haas, shout outs to you, our channel member. Catapult, Catapult These Beats, shout outs to you. Thank you for coming through to the stream. Willie Jackson Jr., Ben Bowman, shout outs to you guys as well for coming through to the stream. Everybody, I appreciate y'all. Destructo, this has been another live stream with your boy Chris Reed. I appreciate y'all for coming through, and until next time, peace. Have a good night, y'all.